Hey y'all, Steph Lee here, founder of Host Agency Reviews and MC of Host Week. I just had a cookie. So yesterday I did not have my cookies for breakfast, and that was a problem. I was not performing as high as I would like in the way I appear on screen. So I've had 3 cookies this morning. So I think I'm set to go. Well, we are cooking things off. Oh no, we are kicking things off a little early today with our Friday 15. I'm going to do a quick intro about it before I plop you into it so you kind of know what's going on if you've never been. So this is what it is. So every Friday at 12 p.m. Central Time, so at noon, we answer industry questions that you have submitted. So if you have a question that you ever want answered, go to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15 and you can submit your questions there. So we have co-hosts lined up throughout the year to make it extra fun. And in fact, this year, I think there are only 2 weeks where we don't have co-hosts. So it will be a great year to hear from many, many voices across the industry. We post the Friday 15 up in our YouTube channel. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to make sure you catch those Friday 15s or at least gets alerted about them, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It also goes out because it is a podcast in our podcast feed, so you can subscribe to it on your favorite podcast platform. Also worth noting is the Friday 15 goes out in the same podcast feed as our quarterly in-depth podcast on successful travel advisors. And that's called Travel Agent Chatter. So that's what you're going to be looking for in the podcast platforms. So if you are a podcast lover like myself, make sure to subscribe to our feed on your favorite podcast platform. And with that, I am going to take off my Friday 15 hat and officially start the episode. No, I'm going to put on my Friday 15 hat and officially start the episode. So welcome, 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 everybody. This is the Friday 15. I am Steph Lee, and I'm so happy you're here on Friday. We have got some great... Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay, well, that's awkward. Sorry, I got so excited. I hit my my mute button. All right, too many cookies this morning. All right, so we have some great questions today submitted, and they actually came in from someone that's attending Host Week that has some questions about things that have popped up. So there are 4 questions we're going to address today. They are from Tracy, and she says, "Hello, HAR team. I have several questions that have arisen as a result of Host Week. The first is, what is the difference between a sub-agent and an independent contractor?" Great question here, Tracy. So if you hear this term sub-agent, and then I'm also going to, throughout this, I'll share my screen every now and again. So let me just bring that up because I forgot to do that. So one thing, the sub-agent, if you listened in on Monday, one of the big trends within travel is there's these, we call them hosts within a host. So it's someone that's hosted, and then underneath them, they have sub-agents, which means they're people that are signed on to them. And then that host agency is actually signed on with a larger host agency. So that's sub-agents. And if we go ahead and take a look at the site with the screen share, and Juan, if you're having, I'm sorry, I forgot to check in on this before we went live, but on the website, in the filters, we do have information on what's going on with host agency. So if we go here on our host agency list, what you'll see is underneath this more filter, this is just added this week. So you can press the allow sub-agents button, and that'll show you every host agency that allows you to have sub-agencies. So to answer your question specifically, Tracy, what a sub-agent is they are people that are underneath a host agency, but they can also be underneath a mini host or a host within a host. So they're all independent contractors. Technically, that mini host agency or host within a host is an independent contractor for the main host agency. So it's just like a Russian doll, structure within a structure. And so that's what a sub-agent is. They can also be, though, as well, if you are an independent contractor that's signed up with a host agency and you have an employee, a sub-agent could also fall underneath that, because usually what happens is a host agency will have their main plan and they'll let you sign on a sub-agent. So that could be an employee, or again, that could be extra independent contractors that are underneath your umbrella. So hopefully that answers that question for you, because it is a little bit tricky. Most people are just going to be independent contractors, but you may have subagents underneath you at some point in time. Next question from Tracy is, what makes one a travel advisor? Is there a specific certification that verifies this title? Well, very low barrier to entry in the travel industry. So officially what makes you a travel advisor is having access to an accreditation number. And we will put an article that talks about what the accreditation numbers are in the comments, so you can take a look. But your host agency, if you're hosted, has that accreditation number, and that's what you're using. So that's what makes you become a travel advisor, because really what a travel advisor is somebody that is getting commissions from the suppliers in exchange for selling a product. And so when you give that accreditation number out, that essentially you're a travel advisor. So that's really the only, I don't want to say like way to enter, but that's like the only thing. There's no certifications. We're not like aestheticians or CPAs or dentists or anyone that has to take continuing education. It'd be great if as an industry, we could figure that out and come up with it so that there's a minimum level of training we know people are coming into the industry with, but that has not happened yet, hopefully in the future. So when you do see, you ask the second part of it, is there a specific certification that verifies the title? And that is something, there are so many certifications within the industry. Once you join, you will discover suppliers have certifications. There will be agencies that have certifications. Consortia have certifications. Host agency may have certification programs. ASTA has certification programs. The Travel Institute has certification programs. CLIA has it, which is the Cruise Lines International. So lots of different certifications you can get, and those don't reflect that you're actually a travel advisor. They just reflect that you've taken certain trainings. Next question is, which host agencies will accept a part-time independent contractor? That one is a little bit harder to answer because it is going to vary by host agencies. I would say most host agencies do work with part-time contractors, because in our industry, the way the commissions work and the way payments work, because you only get paid after a client travels or at their final payment, which is usually on cruises, and it's a few months before departure. Because of that, if I make a booking now, if I just started my agency January 1st and I made 17 bookings through today, that's awesome. But I am not going to see that money until they travel, which may be next year, or it may be in September. So you can see there's this, it's hard to take off a whole year and start your agency and not have another income. So many people start out as part-time. And what we've seen through our report, our hosted travel advisor report, which we'll link to in the comments for those that want to take a look, I cannot tell you how much great data is in there. But when we're looking at that report, what we see is the number of, after year 3 is really, at year 3 is where people's income really starts to pick up, especially when they're full-time. So often if someone is going to transition from that part-time to full-time, it's going to happen at around 3 years, like 3 to 5 years is when most people feel comfortable monetarily making that leap. So a lot of advisors or a lot of host agencies accept part-time advisors. We don't have a specific field on the profiles that shows that. We do have, let's see, we just added this one too. Okay. Under the program details here, here's a new filter for you. So we do have one that says no minimum sales requirements. So you can click on that and that will let you know which ones don't say. There are a couple host agencies that say within your first year, you need to be producing $100,000 or whatever their level is. Otherwise, you aren't able to be a part of our host agency anymore. So this is another filter you could look at to narrow down those host agencies, but we don't have anything that says full-time or part-time. So hopefully that was helpful. I'm so excited. We launched these filters like right before host week. I honestly didn't even coordinate this and plan this. It all just happened. So woo! Let's see. And our last question from Tracy is, if the host agency has support available 24 hours a day, daily, does that IC have to adapt to that same availability? I sure hope not, because that would be awful, Tracy. If you're not familiar, and maybe you've seen this on some of the host agencies' profiles, but some will say that there's 24-hour support, or they'll have a 24/7 like answering help support. That is typically, just so you know, Tracy, for corporate advisors, because those are the ones, if they're booking the travel for corporations and they're managing that corporation's travel, the travelers are out at all types of, they're in and out all times of the day. And so the agency, it's really important that if someone's stranded, because they're obviously crossing time zones, perhaps traveling internationally, so 3 a.m, they could be taking a flight and it could be canceled. And so these 24/7 support services are typically for rebooking air for corporate clients. You're not going to see that on the leisure side. So if you're wondering, people obviously have problems when they're traveling from time to time, and leisure clients also have problems and they cross international time zones. But typically it's a little bit different with leisure, because what happens is if they're in destination, there's actually not a lot the travel advisor can do. Say they show up in their hotel and the hotel room isn't ready or anything along those lines. If the host or if the agent, if they reach out to the agent, they may have to wait, because there's no advisor that's up 24/7, and there's not really a leisure 24/7 support service for a couple of different reasons. But what happens usually is if someone's having trouble in destinations, the agent is usually at this point kind of hands off on the reservation, because they can't do anything in destination. So they will most likely be referring their client to the tour operator or the supplier that they booked them with, and the supplier will be taking care of things. The agent can act as an intermediary and kind of communicate what's going on, or perhaps maybe they're going to connect up directly with the supplier. The other option is with travel insurance. If your clients purchase travel insurance, which we definitely hope they do after the pandemic, hopefully everyone is doing that. If they purchase travel insurance, there is 24/7 help for people that have travel insurance. So always when you're making a booking, if they have travel insurance, make sure they have that 1-800 number they can call when they have problems when they're in destination, because then you can say that they do have 24/7 support with anything that might go wrong. And let's see, I think that about wraps it up for that upcoming. So we do this every Friday, again, at 12 p.m. Central Time for the Friday 15. We have next Friday, there won't be a co-host, but we do have Dream Vacations as our sponsor. And then the following week, February 10th, that Friday, Gifted Travel Network is going to be co-hosting with us. So if you missed Gifted Travel Network, they are going to be on today for their interview, but also Vanessa McGovern, who works for them, did a presentation on Wednesday, I believe. And then on Tuesday, Carolyn, who works with them, also did a presentation. So make sure to check those out. We'll try to put the link in the comments if you would like to learn a little bit more about GTN. And just as a final reminder, so with the Friday 15, again, this is where we answer your industry questions. And if you have any, no matter, a lot of times they're coming in from new advisors, but if you're an experienced advisor, definitely drop us comments or drop us a line with questions, because I am a super curious person. And if you're wondering, like, why does this happen? Or why does, why with cruise payments, can you not transfer bookings after final payment or anything along those lines? Drop them in there, because I love to dig down and figure out the reasons why things are happening. So you can do that by going to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. And you are also able to sign up for an e-reminder in there, where you'll get an email alert every week, the Friday of the Friday 15, that will tell you what the questions we're going over are, as well as the link to join us. So if you just popped in, welcome to Host Week. I am Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and it has been my absolute privilege to spend the week emceeing Host Week. And today is our last day. We made it through. So thank you for joining us today. We had nearly 2,600 registrants, and the interaction in the comments and the number of Host Week views so far has been amazing. So truly, from the entire HAR team, thank you so much for your support and spending time with us this week. And a big shout out to the team that helped make this possible. So Mary and April from the HAR team, who you're probably familiar with. And then we have Rita Perez from Take the Helm, who has been helping us with Host Week this year. And then, of course, we have our ever mysterious Juan, the magical producer that no one ever sees, but we swear he is real. We've kind of been joking around and referring to him as the man behind the curtain. So last night during our debrief after we finished, Juan was such a good sport and went along with our grandiose plans to prove that he was real to host week audiences. So Rita went ahead and made a picture of him. She did a screenshot of him behind the curtain. So Juan, if you have that, I don't know if you want to put it up or not, but the people want to see Juan, and that's all there is to it. So let's see. Oh, there he is. And look at, if you're wondering why he has a pig in the background, that is Bacon, who is one of our viewers' mini pet pigs who she sent a picture in because we've been talking pets all week. And so we popped into our debrief and there was Juan with Bacon in the background. So it was super, super cute. So I think Bacon is going to be our Har Team's host week mascot for this year, at least, perhaps into 2024, who knows? So thank you, Juan, for being such a good sport and making the transitions so smooth for us. We look really, really professional, except for when I don't get my cookies. So, all right, if you have had as much fun as we have during host week, and we have had a lot, to be clear, remember that the event is recorded so that you can access any of the sessions by going to HAR's YouTube channel, and then you just need to raid the host week playlist. So most of you have a pretty good feeling of our schedule already because you've hung out with us all week long, but today is special because this afternoon we have a big award ceremony. That's right, we are going to be awarding the best of the best host agencies with our Luminary Awards at 2:30 Central Time. Make sure to join us because I'm telling you the HAR team has big plans to make it more out of this world than last year, and last year it was pretty wonky too. But the other thing to mention is this afternoon, we are also beginning doing our drawing for the Barcelo 3-night, 4-day giveaway to one of their properties. So if you haven't registered for that yet, go to our specials page because that is closing, I believe, at 4 p.m. Central Time. So make sure to do that because we will be drawing the name of the winner at the closing. So tune in for that. And the fun isn't just exclusive to our Luminary Awards, folks. No, today's speaker is Jackie Roby, who will be speaking about leadership by design and investing in retention. And then after we finish chatting with Jackie, we're going to slide on over to our Get to Know Our Consortium section, where we will be interviewing Virtuoso. And then following that, we have our Meet the Host segment filled with all Virtuoso host agencies today. And you will get a chance to know 1,000 Mile Travel Group, Andavo Travel, Brownell, Departure Lounge, Gifted Travel Network, Montecito Village Travel, and then Uniglobe Travel Center. Once those wrap up, we're going to have loads of fun with our Luminary Awards ceremony with the entire team. It will be the first time this week that myself, Mary, and April will actually all be on the screen together. So that's momentous in itself. And then once we've awarded the best of the best host agencies, we'll be doing a quick mini spot with PATH, which is the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And then we'll jump into the afternoon's EDUSPOTS, which are our 30-minute kind of bite-sized educational sessions. And that, my friends, is how you end your week with a bang. Boom. So we will be sending out surveys next week, but for those who find it helpful to give feedback during an experience while you're in it, we're going to pop up a QR code to our Host Week survey. And we'd love to know what you think and how we can improve. You know that we take your comments very seriously. We've implemented a lot of things already this week. So the short link, if you don't have the, if you don't have your camera, or if you're on your phone and can't take a picture of it, the short link for the survey is har.news/HW survey. So we have got a lot of ground to cover today. Let me tell you a little bit more about our keynote speaker, Jackie Roby, who will be speaking on leadership design to help with staff retention. And we all know that there's currently a huge staffing shortage in the industry, and it's more important than ever to keep the valuable team you have in place. So to learn a little bit more about Jackie, let me read her bio to you. Through consulting and curated training, she guides healing and wellness travel businesses to communicate the magic of their missions. Using the perfect harmony of human design and mental wellness practices, Jackie helps individuals shine in their brilliance and amplify their authentic voice. Through coaching, speaking, and facilitating workshops, she supports change in our inner and outer worlds. She is a DEI advocate, host of the podcast Through Inspired Eyes, and brings 20 years of travel and hospitality sales experience. Through a message of Hashtag travel can heal. IJC's vision is to enhance the cultural wellness of the travel industry and encourage healing through travel for a kinder, more inclusive world. And with that, I am going to hand the reins over to Jackie. Jackie, it's all yours. Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you? Grateful to be here, Steph.
Oh, so happy. I'm so excited. I loved your bio. Making a more kind world is what everyone should be aspiring to, especially with their businesses. So
I feel that.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to pass it over to you and looking forward to hear what you have to say.
Great. Just because I'm not good at math doesn't mean I'm stupid, does it? This was the constant question going through my mind when I was hired for my first global sales role. I dreamt of that position. But what I didn't anticipate was that my number one priority was going to be Excel spreadsheets with all of their pivot tables instead of actual clients. In reality, that company wasn't a fit for me, but I was pushing so hard to make it work. Have you done that before? This isn't a conversation about job hopping or interviewing tips. And while I'd love to give you a story, one of my many bad dating stories, I'm just not sure my husband appreciates those anymore. No, this is about that inner battle, that self-doubt monster that creeps up inside when you're trying to be something that you're not. And instead of kicking it out like a rowdy bachelor party that's messing with your regulars, we tend to let it take over. Dance on the bar. What good does that do? In reality, that kind of adjustment to fit into a little box is something that we've become culturally accustomed to, specifically in the States. So it's a comfortable transition in theory. But the flip side of that adjustment is the long-term damage. It slowly chips away at what you love about yourself and makes you question your own worth. It doesn't allow you room to fully discover who you're meant to be. And it can lead to burnout. A recent study by Deloitte showed that 77% of employees experience burnout. And they're currently experiencing that at their current job. And this isn't just for people who don't like their jobs. It's impacting the people who love what they do. 64% of those passionate professionals are struggling with frequent stress. This hustle culture of ours has us convinced that high stress is just a way of life. And sure, we are not living in that final scene of a fairy tale. But just how much stress is normal? Now take a look at your own agency with these stats in mind. 3 out of 4 of your team are likely experiencing burnout. Are you one of them? It makes me wonder if you're an IC, does that mean that 75% of the time you're the one burning out? Consider the facts. It costs 33% of an employee's salary when there's turnover. A recent study by Zippia that utilized data from the census and the US Bureau of Labor and Statistics shows that 36% of travel advisors are leaving the industry after only 1 to 2 years. So all of that training you did, all of that recruiting, all that hard work, you're finally at a point where you can get back to your job, your normal day-to-day. Maybe even get ahead instead of playing catch up. Then the other shoe drops and you've got to start the process all over again. It's such a shame. So how do we slow down this revolving door? Well, it can start with human design. Have you heard of it? This is one of my favorite hidden gems of the wellness world. It can show us our unique energetic blueprint. Now, stay with me. We can use this as a guide, looking deeper into our charts, seeing our strengths. It becomes easier to recognize those uncomfortable boxes that we've been trying to squeeze into, and the ones that we've been putting others into. Things become clearer. We start to lean into our strengths. Give ourselves grace for resting. And yes, New Yorkers, we're allowed to rest. We are supposed to rest. By using human design, we can express our most authentic selves. Because each of you, in all of your uniqueness, is important and deserve to be valued for who you are. And this isn't just about work either. That same Deloitte study showed that 83% of people had their professional burnout impact their personal relationships. I'm sure you can imagine that. You're stressed, exhausted, battling in your mind. Then your partner or child or roommate want to go through the details of their day. And you have nothing left to give. Do you snap? Storm off? Burst into tears? And now they're confused. This can happen when you're trying to be something that you're not. Instead of valuing who you are and the gifts that you have. It takes an enormous amount of energy to do all of that pretending. Now, throughout the years, we've become accustomed to taking things like Myers-Briggs, the Enneagram, and the most popular recent choice is the bank. But life happens. Things change. And so as time passes, where we fall in these tests can change too. Whereas human design stays the same. It is a constant parameter for who you are at your core. Last year, I ran charts for a client of mine and her team, so we could really get an understanding of who they're meant to be. We use these to test and see where their strengths were, and maybe if we needed to make some changes, little tweaks in the system so that people could be living in their brilliance. It's really interesting in group dynamics. And theirs was cool because they had all 5 archetypes represented, including the reflector, which is rare because they're only 1% of the population. Then we did some personalized coaching so that each of them could understand each other more, honor their strengths, their gifts, their energy flow, their creativity, and work together in a more productive manner. In human design, there are 5 archetypes, and each plays a role. The manifestor is here to initiate. The projector, to guide and give wisdom. The generator, to bring things to fruition. The manifesting generator finds the most efficient ways to do things. And the reflector mirrors back the truth to us. If all 5 of these people were in a meeting together, the manifestor would likely kick it off and say, I've got a fantastic new idea to share. The generator would ask questions to get those specifics on how to execute. The manifesting generator would then recommend a streamlined way of doing things. The projector would sit back, take it all in, and then provide a big picture perspective, perhaps finessing details. And the reflector would watch as this process unfolded and then be able to say if that finished outcome was something everyone could be proud of, if there were conflicts that needed to be resolved or tweaks that needed to be made for the good of the whole. So while I'm not going to tell you how your chart is run and calculated, I will let you know that quantum physics is involved. So you can obviously know confidently that I'm not running the numbers for you. But if you're interested in learning more about your human design, it really is a simple Google search. There are many sites that offer this for free without having to sign up for any mailing lists. I've run them from a bunch of different ones to make sure they are all accurate. Then it's someone like myself who can help you to decipher what it really means. One thing that shifted my world and helped my clients immensely is how human design helps us as individuals to determine the best ways to make decisions. And guess what? It also shows us how to minimize the chances of burning out. Now, I have a client who is ingenious. Every time we talk, she has new ideas and new visions for her wellness travel agency. A few months ago, she was sitting in analysis paralysis. The overwhelm had her thinking that she wanted to get out of the industry completely. But really, there was a conflict between that feeling because she just wasn't sure if that's what she wanted. So we ran her chart and found out that she's a manifesting generator. That means that she has this innate ability to multitask, to try new things, and potentially not finish them. But she's not designed to complete everything. I mean, come on. It's not possible anyway. Her design is to try things and then find the most efficient way to do the things that she loves to do. So here she is, feeling guilty about all that she's going through, instead of leaning into her strengths. When she learned about her human design, you could visibly see her relax. She felt seen and understood. We took a deep breath. and then found a profitable solution that kept her in the industry in a way that was efficient and helped her feel good. With another client, I'm doing curated training and coaching with a reservations team, running all of their charts, then meeting with them one-on-one and creating these trainings that fit the individual while also having synergy in the team. So during our one-on-one meetings, I'm the thought partner for them, allow them to talk and be heard. And then we come up with a plan to help them rise. The secret sauce of living true to your design is, and to avoid burnout and making decisions that are good for you, is loving yourself. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love yourself? I challenge you today to write a list of 10 things you love about you. We did this during a self-love challenge I ran earlier this month. And let me tell you, listing these things, it is eye-opening. I would even encourage you to stretch yourself and see if you can reach 50 or 100. This self-love thing, it's sneaky. It can impact our decision-making and our motivation. Think about the last time that you committed to a social outing. Was it out of fear, love, duty, or obligation? Bhaktivinoda Thakur, a Hindu philosopher, sees these as the 4 main motivations for our decisions. If you grabbed drinks with a supplier that you had been saying no to for months, did you go because you really wanted to be there? Did you feel obligated? Or maybe life got in the way and this really was for you. When we're motivated by love, something sparks. I'll give you an example. My husband works in insurance. Does he love talking about healthcare and life insurance policies? No. But he is motivated by the love of a lifestyle that brings him joy and the love of caring for his family. So give it a little noodle. What motivated the last 3 decisions you made? That first global sales role where I was squeezed into a tiny, ill-fitting box, I was motivated by fear to stay there. If I left before 2 years, would I ever get a job like that again? Would it look like I was a failure? Like it was my fault? Now I know that if I'm motivated by anything that's not love, that's a sign that I have some healing to do in that space. One morning, I was getting ready for work at that awful job. And I said to my husband, I feel like I'm dying inside. But I just kept pushing forward. And with every push, questioning my value, my self-worth, my lovability. The burnout was real. If I had access to my chart back then, I would have known that I'm a projector. And my role is to guide and give wisdom. And that wisdom is not around numbers. I would have used my emotional authority to make decisions instead of being led by fear and what felt like logic in my head. My husband, he's also a projector. And he shares his wisdom with clients, colleagues, and also on stage as a speaker. And he just loves when I tell him how he's pushing against his design and how his open route is what's causing the pressure that he puts on himself. I told you human design can be fun with group dynamics. Couples, families, friends. It's all really interesting. Another client who's a business owner was ruminating on her decisions. She kept asking everybody for advice. She was living in this state of fear. We learned that she's a generator. So she has this innate ability to be able to tap into her intuition through yes or no questions. So we did a sacral session, which is where the intuition lives, and helped her to connect back to it. In this time, she was able to make a decision that day. And it also gave her a tool to use for the future. Diving deeper into her chart, I saw that she had a defined gate 50. And that showed that this fear of not being able to fulfill her responsibilities was a common theme throughout her life. And she had an open will center, which led her to question her self-worth. Being able to share this with her gave her a chance to reflect. Now, just because she had this defined gate in the open center doesn't mean that she was doomed. It meant that those were the shadows of it, that there was space to heal, that this world, this noise around us, the life that we've lived have conditioned us into being something that we're not. As you finish host week, I challenge you to do two things. Complete that self-love list and read it every morning for the next 14 days. Then spend at least a day thinking about what is motivating your decisions. And is it aligned with your authentic self? Do you even know who that is? Bring it to your team. Can each of you say something that you love about yourself every morning? Living authentically helps you to shine in your brilliance. It helps you to value all your gifts instead of beating yourself up for what's not meant for you. And it also can help you see other people's gifts and maybe tap into them in new ways. Human design is an investment in retention. It's a support tool, not a crystal ball. Because life is about learning. And while there might be struggle, it's not about suffering. And now I recognize I'm sitting here from a place of privilege, and I don't want to diminish what happens for people across the globe. But for all of you here, suffering is not for you. It's not for your business or for your people. Now, I wish you a life of joy, love, ease, and living true to you. And for heaven's sake, less turnover. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Let's see if we have any questions, and we've got a few more minutes so we can see if there's any questions in the audience. If you have any for Jackie, go ahead and type them in there. So Jackie, just to clarify, is the thought process, I'm not familiar with human design. So is the thought process behind it in terms of retention, that knowing what motivates your team members is going to help with retention?
Yeah, it's knowing what motivates them. It's understanding their energy levels and how they work. Decision-making process is another one. So, and seeing the areas that might be shadows as well.
Would you recommend then for any employers that are on here that they talk to people before they hire them on and try to figure out what they are, or once they're on the team that they take these tests and figure it out?
You know what? I've seen it done both ways.
Is one way, like, can you give us some like experiences of people that have done them both ways and how it's worked out?
Yeah. So I'm actually working with somebody right now around their hiring practices to look into the human design through their interview process, knowing what their type is and what their areas where they need support, and making sure that they can bring in somebody complementary to work with them. For people that have existing teams, we're looking at where the players are and see how they fit to individually work with them. So you can even have two different people who are the same type, but they have some other areas of them that are open versus defined. So if you have an open emotional authority, for example, you might be the kind of empath that needs a break after talking to people for a certain amount of time. Whereas somebody who has that defined might be okay to just keep going. But perhaps they're putting this pressure on themselves that doesn't seem at the same level of what their boss is giving them. So that helps to give an understanding and say, okay, this is just additional pressure. I promise it's not pressure I'm putting on you. And that can be a really easy conversation.
So it sounds like for employers that really getting to know your employees, what makes them tick, can help you so that you're, number one, putting them in the best role possible where they can do the best that they can, but also then making sure you know what makes them feel valued, what their needs and wants are, so that hopefully you can fulfill as many as you can as their employer, so that this would lead to less burnout and turnover and things like that.
Exactly. And to be able to do the same thing for yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true too, because employers aren't immune to burnout as well.
Not at all. And they might be being pushed against something that's not natural for them. So even our energy levels, when we think about the different types of design, the generators and manifesting generators, the only ones that can really like go, 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 and don't need as much rest. All the others might be needing a different format for their day. And that can apply to a leader as well.
Like they would need to have cookies in the morning to have a successful day.
I'm not going to say no to that. That sounds like heaven to me.
By the way, everyone, I finished my bowl of cookies already. We're only 30 minutes in. I don't know how that happened. Well, perfect. Let me see if, let me just check. Let's see, we've got a couple people in here telling what their human design personality type is, which is kind of fun. So awesome. Yeah, I'll have to go take the test after we get done with this, because I have never heard of it. So that's exciting. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, Jackie, I don't think we have any more questions coming in, but really appreciate you coming on to help us with our last day of Host Week. It's been a pleasure, and we hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. You too. Honored to be here. Good luck with the prizes.
Thank you. All right. So if you just tuned in and you're like, what is Jackie talking about with those prizes? Let me tell you, because later today during our closing, we will be doing our giveaway for the Barcelo They're doing a 4-night, 3-night, 4-night, no, 3-night, 4-day, I think. Actually, I'm not sure. Something with 3 and 4 giveaway to one of their properties. And so if you're wondering where you can register for that, we will put the link in the comments for you. And the drawing is at 4 p.m. Central Time today, or we're ending the entries at 4 p.m. Central Time today. We will be drawing the winner during the closing. So make sure to tune into that. If you just happened to join us and you're feeling a little bit disoriented, you have plopped yourself right in the middle of Host Week. It's our week-long celebration of hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. We just finished up our keynote with Jackie Roby of Inspired Design Consulting. And next up, we'll be getting into our Get to Know a Consortium section, where we'll be hearing all about Virtuoso. And if you're not familiar with what a consortium is, never fear. We will put the link to an article we've written about what a consortium is and kind of explains its place in the ecosystem. We'll drop that in the comments for you. And we are running a little bit ahead of time, which is exciting. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at 12:45 Central Time. We'll have 7 interviews with different host agencies. So tune in. We're going to have 1,000 Mile Travel Group, Andavo, Brownell, Departure Lounge, Gifted Travel Network, Montecito Village Travel, and Uniglobe Travel Center. So stick around, keep that tab open, because we'll be back in just a few minutes with our Meet the Consortia and Meet the Host segment. Welcome back, everybody. This year was our first year interviewing Consortia. As you know, we rely a lot on the feedback from attendees to improve the host week experience. Yesterday, we had some great feedback from you about the EDUSPOTS when we asked about the length and the number of EDUSPOTS, if it was a good amount or if people preferred them being longer and not as many. And we got the feedback about adding closed captionings during the live stream on Monday, and we were able to hook that up by Tuesday. And then last year, somebody had suggested that we do a What I Wish I'd Known panel, which we put on this year, and I absolutely loved. Hopefully you liked it too. And if you missed it, we'll put a link in the comments. So those are just a few of the things that you've helped us improve. So thank you. And this is all to say that we're going to pop up again a quick QR code and a website for you to visit to fill out our survey. It just takes a few minutes to ensure that 2024 Host Week is even better. If you aren't able to go to the QR, you can also go directly to the link har.news with an S/HW survey. And yes, of course, we're going to be back in 2024. Mark your calendars for the last full week in January 22nd through the 26th, 2024. So you can also early bird register if you're totally like drinking the Kool-Aid on Host Week. You can go to har.news/HW2024 to register today. And yes, it will still be free. HAR's mission is to help as many people as we can to make the travel industry way more accessible. So thank you in advance for those who can spare a few minutes to help us improve Host Week. All right, so most of you know by now the drill, but let me give a quick rundown of how the Meet the Consortia as well as the Meet the Host interviews go. So they are all pre-recorded. We want to make sure that it's a level playing field and nobody gets to hear the answers of everyone else. So we also ask all the consortia the exact same questions to help you compare. And the same goes for host agencies. They have a set of questions we ask them. And today is our very last Meet the Consortia interview of the week. And there's no better way to end this fabulous week than with Virtuoso. So it's a no-brainer to have the consortia interviews in addition to the hosts. Even though it's new this year, we should have been doing that 3 years ago. It just dawned on us this year. The reason why it's a no-brainer to have them together is because the two models work really closely together. 99.9% of host agencies are affiliated with a consortia. So it's a key thing to consider, knowing what that consortia, who the consortia is and what they're doing. It's a key thing to think about when you're choosing a host that's a good fit for you. So let me tell you a little bit about Virtuoso before we run into their interview. So they opened their doors in 1951, and they have 1,043 agencies under their umbrella. I know that exact number because I checked out their profile, which we will put in the comments for you. And just a note to any Virtuoso members currently tuned in, and this is whether you're a direct member, you are yourself a member, or if you're a member through your host agency. So if your host agency is a member of Virtuoso, it would be so helpful if you'd take a few minutes and leave a review on Virtuoso's profile that we'll link to in the comments, because right now there are only 2 reviews, which makes it really tough for prospective ICs to understand the value they're getting with going with a Virtuoso host agency. So in order to continue this growth and all of these visitors we're getting to the website, to help them understand the value of the consortia, we'd really love this push for whatever your consortia is out there. If you can leave a review on them, whether again, you're a direct member or an independent contractor, when you fill out the review form, it will ask you to specify. But we would love it if you could help us with that. And another great way to learn about the value of going with a Virtuoso host, besides just checking out their profile, is of course going to listen to their interview. So Juan, go ahead and let's roll the tape. Well, welcome everyone to the Meet the Consortium section of Host Week. Excited to have with us today Cheryl Bunker. Cheryl Bunker is the VP of Global Member Relations over at Virtuoso. Welcome, Cheryl.
Hi, everybody. Well, thank you so much for having me, Stephanie. This is really great to be here. It's so exciting to spend Host Week with you. I know last year was super successful, and Virtuoso is really proud to be here with you this week. So thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. And I'm really excited to have you on because I don't know if everyone knows, but there is another Stephanie Lee in the travel industry, and she works on Cheryl's team. So maybe in future host weeks, it can be two Steph Lees talking.
That's just so much for the industry to handle, but
I know, it's just like mind blown.
Yeah, two similar Steph Lees here. So
I know, and I haven't met her, but Cheryl has told me she's really spunky too and really friendly. So I don't know. We might have to plan something in the future.
you'll be fast friends, I'm sure.
Yay. Well, let's get started with some questions. So I guess the first one is what's new over at Virtuoso in the past year?
For advisors who are familiar with Virtuoso and ICs, you know that we're an innovative company, so there's always something new. So I really had to pare down the list so I didn't take up the entire time with this one question, but there are lots of things that are new within Virtuoso in the last year. We do a survey of our advisors and our members annually to find out what's most important to them. And we find that inspiring their current clients and using consortia tools for that and attracting new high value travelers are super important for our advisors. So to that end, we relaunched our magazine last year. So we now have Virtuoso, the magazine. We've reimagined it to have a much more beautiful consumer look with all new images. It's our flagship magazine, and it's designed to really inspire clients and future clients on the best vacations, where to go next, highlights the best of the best in our hotel, cruise, tour, and experiences around the world. It's a magazine that's published 6 times a year, and it really speaks to travelers with authority and insight and tips from Virtuoso advisors. So it's a great way for our advisors to stay connected with their current best clients and also to prospect for new clients. One other thing that we've heard from our advisors in our network that's important to them is really building a brand and finding new clients. So to that end, we've launched a new campaign. Some of you may have seen it. If not, you'll be seeing it soon. And it's So Virtuoso. So we did a lot of research about what are the characteristics of Virtuoso, and we're using this in our new consumer-facing imaging. You can actually see it live on virtuoso.com now as well, too. The goal with this, again, is to help our advisors attract and find new high-value clients. And it does drive more traffic to virtuoso.com, which equals leads for our advisors who are looking for new business. One of the other things that we heard from our advisors is that they really wanted to inspire their clients coming out of the pandemic. So last year, we relaunched the Virtuoso Reviews and Recommendations program. This is an industry first program on virtuoso.com. So it's 100% verified reviews of clients of travel advisors. So there's now more than 100,000 reviews posted on virtuoso.com.
Wow.
And the advisors who have reviewed have an average positive rating of 98%. So
wow.
Great way to showcase your professionalism and for your clients and potential new clients to go and read about the experiences that the advisors produce for their clients. We also know that one thing that's really important for advisors that are part of Virtuoso or advisors who are thinking about a consortia is having the tools to help elevate the experience of their traveler. So to that end, we relaunched Virtuoso Voyages last year, which is our premier cruise program. So this helps our advisors sell cruise more efficiently and also create more consumer loyalty. The program provides a dedicated onboard host who's a certified Virtuoso advisor who's passed the training. It provides the clients with a private welcome reception so that they're in an exclusive group and they get to know each other on board of the sailing. And they also have added benefits such as private shore excursions or an onboard ship credit that they can use. One of the other things that's really new for Virtuoso is we've relaunched our advisor recruitment program. So we know that the demand for travel advisors is huge coming out of the pandemic, and many of our agencies are looking for new advisors. And we know many of your audience actually that are listening to the broadcast are new to the industry as well too. So we've launched sort of a match.com system for potential new advisors and for our member agencies where each can create a profile and then we'll match them. So we can really provide a way for our agencies to find new talent and for people who are looking for a career as a travel advisor to find the right place for them within the industry. And we've also launched a couple of new programs, one called Virtuoso Travel Basics, which is really an online travel school to help those who are new to the industry learn more about the industry, how to book hotels, how to book cruises, resources for them. And then we also have the Virtuoso Certified Travel Advisor program, which really helps a new advisor develop their business strategy and their plan, helps them develop their why and their positioning statement through an online or in-person program that's available for those who are part of Virtuoso. So there's always something new going on with Virtuoso.
Yeah, you definitely have a lot. So you just listed tons of new things in the past year. But for those that are tuning in and maybe have some questions on what sets you apart, because there's some overlap between the consortia, what specifically sets Virtuoso apart?
There are a few things. I think one of the things that sets Virtuoso apart from other consortia is the Virtuoso mission statement, which was actually founded over 20 years ago. And that mission statement is to increase the compensation and personal fulfillment of the frontline travel advisor. So we're really all about making sure that our advisors have tools to be successful in a way that's most meaningful to them. The other thing that's really unique about Virtuoso is we are really about co-creation and collaboration. We have numerous boards and committees within the network. The people who serve on those boards are elected by their peers. And the purpose is to really steer the direction of the consortium. We want to make sure that all of our advisors are heard and that the decisions we make about future needs are based on input that we hear. The other thing that's really unique about Virtuoso is we're really the only global consortia. So we now have agencies around the world and dedicated staff in Australia, in Asia, in Canada, in Europe and Latin America, as well as in the US. So this helps us scale with our products and services. It allows shared buying power as well too. So that helps our advisors have higher commissions and higher recognition with our portfolio. It also allows us to have a greater portfolio. So we've now got about 2,200 preferred partners within the portfolio, which provide enhanced benefits and added commission for our advisors who are part of the Virtuoso network. The other thing that's really unique about Virtuoso is even though we are a large consortia, there are now a little over 20,000 advisors within Virtuoso network, agencies in 50 countries, we really do provide programs for advisors to specialize. One of the ways we do that is through our 7 communities. So we have communities that are around specialty and wellness, one being adventure, one being ultra luxe, wellness, family and celebration travel, culinary travel, sustainability and cruise. So these communities bring together qualified and vetted partners with specially focused advisors so that they can really develop their skills around a passion that they have or a destination or a specialty that they want to learn more about. So even though we're a big global network, we do have these programs that make Virtuoso feel smaller and approachable so that everybody has an opportunity to specialize.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So, and one other thing I think that's really unique about Virtuoso is everybody who joins Virtuoso automatically has their own private label website. So they get a carbon copy of virtuoso.com so they can use that to share travel inspiration with current clients or future clients as well. And that's a service that we provide to all of our advisors complimentary for their membership.
That's excellent. Well, so if we're talking about, let's just stick with the independent contractor here. But if there were 3 words for the ideal independent contractor that would be a good fit for Virtuoso, what would you say those 3 words would be?
The first I would say is somebody who wants to engage, somebody who's passionate about having a collaborative network that they can share in their success and really take advantage. We often say at Virtuoso, you get out of it what you put into it. So having somebody who really wants to be involved in the network is somebody who's going to be successful and happy here at Virtuoso. Somebody who values connections. Connections would be the second word that I use, is also somebody who will, I think, enjoy and get a lot of benefit out of being a member of Virtuoso. We really want advisors who are like-minded and strive for the win-win-win with their clients, with the Virtuoso partners, and with their host agencies so that we're all sharing in that. And the last word that I would use is somebody who's curious. An advisor who, or an independent contractor who is always aiming to learn and improve, will find lots of tools and resources within Virtuoso. We're always coming out with new products and new services. We've got a very robust professional development program. So those who are inspired to continue to learn and do more are those who are most successful within Virtuoso.
I like that curious because I'm a pretty curious cat. And so I like people that encourage curiosity.
Yeah, absolutely. Our within our professional development, we've got about 1,500 classes that change on a regular basis. And it's things that you would expect, of course, for a travel advisor, like learning new destinations or new suppliers. But we also, based on feedback and needs from our advisors, provide tools to help advisors be better business people or understand financials, or tools on how to have difficult conversations with your clients. That was so there's lots of tools out there to help everybody improve their game and continue to learn.
Yeah, beyond just selling travel, how to sell travel.
Absolutely. Ties back to that mission statement too, you know, to be personally satisfied.
Yeah. Well, okay. Another question for you. So if there's one tip that you could give an agency that was looking to kind of supercharge their growth, maybe it's something you've seen within the Virtuoso network or just a tip, but what would that tip be?
A couple things. For anybody who's here watching that's not part of a host agency and a consortia, I would make sure that you spend some time researching the different options. Having those partners is so important to your business, especially having a consortia partner, because they can really add to your consortia relationship through the products and services that we've talked about, like marketing and professional development. But they also help you elevate your game with shared branding and with shared resources for your clients to really help them experience. The other tip that I would have is for the advisors to really think about what your value proposition is for your clients. You know, you don't have to do business with everybody. So really think about who you want to work with and focus on, and what unique benefits that you can offer. There's so many new clients out there that everybody has an opportunity to really hone in and specialize on their book of business and work with the clients that are going to provide you a lot of satisfaction as well too. So those would be my two tips, especially as we go into a new year, you know, really refining your business and taking some time to think about your value proposition and what's going to be most meaningful for you and your business.
I think it's so neat for anyone that's tuning in right now. Like Cheryl said, the industry, like so many people are trying to use travel advisors right now, and travel advisors and agencies are like, so many clients are calling in. Everybody's like booked beyond belief on things. It's exciting to see, but there's the huge potential for anyone that's just starting out right now.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, this is our fun question / silly question, because we don't take ourselves that seriously here. So this one is, if your company was a snack food, what would it be?
This is a super fun question.
I know.
You know, and it was hard to narrow it down, but I think at the end of the day, the one thing that I thought a lot about, and maybe it's just the time of year too, but homemade cookies.
Oh, yes.
Think about homemade cookies. There's so many different types, and they can be customized to everybody's taste. They're indulgent, but people still love them. And every culture has a favorite cookie as well too. Some may say chocolate chip cookies are the most popular. Others say macaroons or shortbread, but you know, everybody has a favorite cookie. And the other thing about homemade cookies in particular, I think is so special, is it really adds to the human connection. I mean, think about how special it is when you get homemade cookies. You know, somebody made them for you because they love you. And so it just really adds to our relationships and our connections. So not only are they delicious, and sometimes you can't stop eating them,
yeah,
but they're also really special to get those decadent cookies that were made for you especially. So
okay, I don't want to play favorites here. It is Friday afternoon, but I will say I've been waiting for cookie, because we had an in-house conversation and it was going to be, what is your favorite cookie? But then the team was like, no, I think we need it to be broader stuff. And I was really upset about that because I love cookies. And so I'm just so excited cookies came up. Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
What is your favorite cookie while we're here? Just curious if you have one.
You know what's really, okay, so you know what's really sad? This is going to be a little sad story, but 3 blocks away, there was a coffee shop I loved to walk to, and they had a sea salt chocolate chip cookie that if I got there in the morning, it would still be warm. And I loved it. And they just like shut their doors with no notice like a week ago. And so I've been heartbroken. Today, I didn't even know where to go for my cookie.
Well, we'll have to fix that for you and find a new homemade cookie to take.
I know, or yeah, it's
try to fix.
I know, it's devastating. I don't know what else to say. Well, thank you again for joining us, Cheryl. It has been a blast. Send my regards to Steph, and we will see you back here next year.
Okay, thank you so much for having me, and to the audience out there, wishing everybody a very successful 2023. There's a world of possibilities, so take the most advantage of it that you can, and make sure that you've got a great partner with your host agency and with your consortia as well too. So they certainly will help make your business more satisfying and provide you with lots of tools for growth in the coming years.
That's perfect. Yes. And on that note, next up, we'll have our Meet the Host section, in which we will be having a bunch of Virtuoso hosts. So stay tuned. Quiz time, everybody. What is the most important takeaway from the Virtuoso interview? There were a lot. It's that there's 2 Steph Lees in the whole industry. So exciting. And then, of course, there's the homemade cookies, too. It's like Virtuoso got inside my mind on the things that motivate me. And then they said them during their interview. So thank you for joining us, Cheryl. I cannot wait to meet up with the other Steph Lee somewhere at an industry event, because I have gotten emails to her and she has gotten emails to me. So we're kind of friends already. If you are just tuning in, welcome to Host Week. It is a straight up party all week long. We are on our last day and we just wrapped up our Meet the Consortia interview with Virtuoso. And you are in luck because you are catching the beginning of our Meet the Host segment. And of the 7 hosts today, know that all of them are Virtuoso agencies. So how handy was that? We planned it. So here's who April will be interviewing today. 1,000 Mile Travel Group, Andavo Travel, Brownell, Departure Lounge, Gifted Travel Network, Montecito Village Travel, and Uniglobe Travel Center. And there are such a wide variety of host agencies to choose from. And today is just one of the interview segments that we have. So make sure you check out the rest of the week, Meet the Host segments, if that's something if you're looking for a host agency. And in our YouTube playlist, you'll find the daily recordings. So in the descriptions, what we've done is we've made it really easy for you to find the different segments that are in there. We put the timestamps in the description. So if you wanted to see, you can go in there, see what the agenda is, click on the host agency or the EDUSPOT you want to see, and it'll take you directly to that spot in the video. Just to note that today's host agencies, most of them will have representatives in the comments. So if you have a question, drop them in the comments. And the other option for those of you that are comment shy, and probably camera shy as well, is that you can leave a question on any profile on the site. So the profile details, the profiles default to what's called the details tab, where it has all the information, kind of the metadata on the host agencies. But there's 2 other tabs. So there's the reviews tab next to it. And then there's the question and answer tab, where you can view questions and answers, and then also ask your own questions. And by the way, if you missed it yesterday, we also had a new search release, a release of the different search filters that are out there. So there's a lot of things that have been added that can help you with your host search. And then on the host agency list, we also just released this week. We now have a map where you can see the host location visually. And then we have those 11 new search filters we added. So you can filter hosts by things like, did they win a Luminary award? And we will be asking, or we'll be announcing this year's awards during our Luminary Awards ceremony this afternoon after our Meet the Host segment finishes up. So make sure to stick around. All right, let's get back to host agency. So first in line today is 1,000 Mile Travel Group. And if that name does not ring a bell, do not worry. 1,000 Mile Travel Group was acquired. You're gonna have to stick with me here because it's a little bit hairy. 1,000 Mile Travel Group was acquired by Corporate Travel Management, CTM, for those that are familiar with it. And CTM had acquired earlier their host agency division. And that host agency division was previously known as M Travel, but now it is 1,000 Mile Travel Group. So hopefully that made sense to you. That's where a 1,000-mile travel group came from. So the name is new, but the companies are not. They are based in Omaha, Nebraska, which you can confirm by looking at our brand spanking new map filter on the host agency list. And they have been around since 1956. Like all hosts today, they are a member of Virtuoso. So let's hear a little bit more about the 1,000-mile travel group. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Meet the Host section. We have our interview today with a 1,000-mile travel group, which some of you that name may not be super familiar, but the U.S. company, Travel, surely is familiar to you, and they are now part of 1,000-mile travel group. So today we are lucky enough to have the CEO, Nicola Veltman of a 1,000-mile travel group. Welcome, Nicola.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us in Mexico. It's very dedicated of you.
Yeah, this was definitely not one I didn't want to miss. So I'm definitely happy to do it.
Yay. Well, we're happy to have you on Host Week. So why don't you go ahead and tell us besides you partnering with Travel, what's new in the past year for you?
Well, a lot's new. So 1,000-mile travel group, our founding vision was to be in Australia, the UK. So this year we've launched into the US. Myself, my husband and my family relocated to Denver in September 22. And we launched 1,000-mile travel group and then rebranded Travel as well. So the company is a global company. We're the first of our kind. And yeah, we're just super excited, to end the year as a global company, and then start the year as in 2023 with what our vision's going to be and what we're going to be delivering.
Well, that's fantastic. Welcome to Colorado / the United States, and great for you for checking off that box to go global. That's a lot more than my 2022 resolution. So kudos to you. Well, let's see. So when we're talking about different host agencies, sometimes it can be difficult for people to tell the host agencies apart by just looking at the metadata on the site. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you think makes your company unique?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess one of the differences is that we identified a gap in the market. And this was prior to launching 1,000 Group. So Ben, who is my husband, but also my partner in life and business, he had a problem. He was an IC back in the day, and he couldn't find the solution. And the problem was that he was running a corporate business in a leisure platform. So he went out to go try solution, and it just simply didn't exist. So he decided, and we then decided together. So I said yes for a second time, and we then launched 1,000-mile travel group. So it is a corporate host agency. Traditionally, that was the reason why we launched. So it was bringing corporate technology, corporate reporting, corporate platforms, and with the support to the corporate travel business advisor. We very much do and have always catered for leisure, including cruising, IT and packages and so forth. But now we're doing that also on a larger scale with the adoption of Travel. So for us, the key difference is the corporate side, which we're going to be this quarter, so the first quarter of 23.
Well, that is wonderful. So if somebody is kind of interested in learning a little bit more about a 1,000-mile travel group, what would you say are 3 words that would describe the ideal independent contractor for you?
It would be longevity. So in the industry, we do have on average as 1,000-mile group 15 years experience in the industry. So longevity, leadership. They've got leadership experience, so they're able to manage themselves, not necessarily other people, but running a business isn't for the faint-hearted. So longevity, leadership, and also corporate experience as well. So we absolutely take on leisure, but the corporate is where we stand apart from other host agencies.
That's fantastic. So for 2023, you obviously had big goals for 2022. For 2023, how is your company preparing your network for success?
Absolutely.
Like, is this galaxy-wide domination that you're going for, or?
Well, it's a good question. So we're upstaffing in terms of our head office and team. So we've just hired general managers in each region, and our general manager and SVP in North America starts next week. So we're super excited about that. We are also launching a global affairs desk as well. So that service all of our travel advisors, and that's from a global standpoint too. We also are in the middle of launching new technology. So it's a booking tool for our ICs who don't use a GDS system. So it's a tool that will enable them to be able to have a one-stop shop and make bookings. And we're also launching a new back office system as well, which gives them more transparency over their commissions. It gives them more ownership, more reporting, and things like that. So we're in the middle of launching all of that as we speak. So that will be in our network in the next 1 to 2 months. So there's a little bit happening. So technology is the forefront of what we do at 1,000 Miles. So we've always been considered pretty innovative in our space. We're owned by Corporate Travel Management. So they acquired us on the 1st of July. So we actually have their proprietary limited technology as well that we're going to be implementing on the corporate side of the business. So including online booking tools, fare forecaster, mobile apps, and so on. So we're pretty excited about all of this coming to fruition.
Excellent. And for anyone tuning in that hasn't heard of corporate travel management, you may also have heard of it as CTM, or read about it as CTM. Yeah. So let's do some advice for an advisor. So if you could share one tip for a new advisor, what would it be for a successful business?
Great question. It would be about having a strong network around you. It's people that you can rely on, whether that is other travel advisors, agency, friends and family. Running a business can be amazing, and it's definitely the road less traveled. However, it's also not for the faint-hearted. So I think having people around you that can be supportive as well is really key in running business.
Mm-hmm. And if you're listening to that and saying, that's really important to me, also tune in on Friday, because we have one of our EDUSPOTS sessions is going to be about business to business networking, how to do it, what the etiquette is, why it's so important within the travel industry. So thanks for bringing that up so I could promote that ahead of time.
Awesome.
Well, Nicola, so we always do, you don't know this tradition yet, but every year we ask kind of a weird, zany question because it's the highlight of our lives here at Host Agency Reviews to see what people answer. So our question this year is, if your company were a snack food, what would it be and why?
I would say, and this is probably a little bit more on the healthy side, but it would be like a banana. You peel back the layers and there's quite a lot of good surprise underneath. It's like a banana is also one of those fruits that's key in converting energy, and something that we're really good at is converting careers into businesses. If you've got a successful travel career, but you're thinking about want to start your own business, but you don't know how, that's something that we're extremely good at. We're also really good at helping people develop and grow their businesses too. So that would be what I would say.
I love that answer because it's really fun. That's the first time I've had bananas so far. So loving that. I love the creativity. And let's wrap things up with a Host Week special, because I believe you're offering one. Is that correct?
We are. So at the Andavo Travel Group, we do have a startup fee. So in order to join our agency, there's a lot involved, to start a business, but also for us to set everything up for you. We run very intimate and in-depth inductions, which mean that by the end of the induction, all your systems are set up, all your logins are set up. You've got everything you need. And these inductions also give you all the tools you need to be able to run a business, not only book travel, but be able to run a business. So there's a lot involved there. So though the startup fees are valued at $1,200, and we're waiving those startup fees for the first 5 host agency travelers that sign up with 1000 Mile Travel Group.
Oh, well, that is very generous. Thank you so much. For those that are listening, if you're not familiar, if you're just tuning in for this one, we have, there's a lot of exclusive specials for Host Week attendees. And so if you go to hostagencyreviews.com/host week, you will find a link to these specials on there. There's a complete list of all of them. And that is where you can find more information on what you need to do to sign up for the 1000 Mile Travel Group special. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Nicola. We really, really appreciate it.
Oh, that's such a pleasure, Stephanie. Thanks as well. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
Yes, and we will see you at next year's Host Week.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Great stuff. Since Virtuoso and the luxury niche are so closely aligned, I took a look at our hosted advisor report this year. And we'll put a link to that 59-page report in the comments. When it comes to niches, luxury advisors earned the second most, with only corporate advisors earning higher. And then some other interesting facts are if luxury was the chosen niche of 10% of new advisors and is the niche of 12% of experienced advisors. So if that hasn't impressed you, this definitely will. Luxury-focused hosted advisors have the highest average sales amount per booking compared to any other niche. So if you missed my keynote on Monday, make sure to take a listen, because we talk about some of the really important trends we've been seeing from the hosted advisor report and other data sources concerning the hosted travel advisor community, as well as host agencies. So we'll link to the keynote in the comments so you can easily access it. And speaking of factoids, let me continue that trend and tell you a little bit more about our next host on the list, Andavo Travel. So they are 100% woman-owned, Salt Lake City-based, and they have 170 advisors in their network. You can find reviews and more info on their HAR profile, which we will link to in the comments. And it is about time we hear from Andavo. So April, go ahead and take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. Host Week 2023. I'm sitting down with another great host. I'm sitting with Kirsten Little, Vice President of Andavo Travel. Hi, Kirsten. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Good, thank you. So happy you're here, especially for your very first Host Week with us.
Yes,
so
thank you for having me.
No, this is great. We're excited. We have lots of great questions. We always have a fun, silly question, which I always think is the hardest, and we'll get to that. And then we'll talk about your Host Week special. So let's jump right in. Perfect. So what's been happening with Andavo Travel the last year?
Oh, it's been a fun year. We hired a professional development manager. So it's the first time we have had this role in our company, and it has allowed us to really focus on our advisors, whether they are existing experienced advisors looking to add some professional development or brand new to the industry. So we have designed a new to the industry program, and our professional development manager is overseeing that. We also won a gold Travel Weekly Magellan Award for a marketing video that we put together. So we're very excited about that.
Exciting. I love to hear that. Our awards are always fun.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear what makes you unique.
Yes. So what makes us unique? We are one of Virtuoso's largest agencies, but we've got a great support team that really gets to know our advisors, so we can customize and develop development plans, training plans, support that is really personalized and customized to each of our individual independent contractors.
Nice. I love hearing all that. So let's talk about travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Sure. Luxury, entrepreneur, and engaging.
I like that. I like the engaging. I mean, it's so important, especially in this industry.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's 2023. It's here. So we'd love to hear what you have in the pipeline for the year.
Yeah, so as we're working on what's up and coming, the industry is always changing. So we really look at bringing in tools, resources that will help our advisors to adapt, to hit the ground running as business is really coming back with it full force. They may need to look at business a different way. So we'll bring in resources if that might be looking at how to protect yourself against cybersecurity, what different insurances you might need in this day and age. So really looking at what is relevant to our independent contractors in today's environment.
Yeah, lots of important topics that I don't think people kind of think ahead about. So it's great to hear that you're being proactive, and I'm sure your advisors appreciate that. Lots of new advisors watching. So if you could give one tip to a new advisor, what would that be?
Be flexible and adaptable.
Yep, absolutely. Again, this industry, especially coming off of a pandemic, right?
Yes, everything changes. And that's what they say. The one constant in the world is change.
Yeah, absolutely. So those were the easy questions. Now I'm going to get to the hardest question that we asked during Host Week, and that's always our fun question. So if your host agency was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Chocolate truffles.
Ooh, I like that.
Exquisite, sweet variety. I think that really sums it up.
I love that answer, and now I want some truffles. Well, I do hear you have a Host Week special. So
we do. Yes, so we are offering 25% off of our new to the industry new advisor program. And so our program costs $3,000. So 25% off of that will go to people that really qualify in coming into the industry brand new and want to go through our program.
No, that's wonderful. And what we'll do is we'll actually in the comments, we'll share the link to your special, and that way people can get to it and check it out.
Wonderful.
Kristen, thank you so much for being here for your very first Host Week. I hope you come back next year and talk with us. And it was wonderful learning everything about Andavo Travel.
Hey, well, thank you for having me.
No, great. And everybody, we will see you all week long for Host Week. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I like the truffles answer. Well done there. So Host Week is the only place I know of where an advisor can hear from so many prospective hosts all in one place, and also from the comfort of their own home and office. So if you've been liking the stream today, we'd love it if you could give the video a like on YouTube, because who doesn't love that fake currency of thumbs up? So next up, and this is actually quite exciting because I've been looking at a lot of profiles recently, and on part of the profiles, one of the data pieces is when they were founded. And next up, we have a host agency that is now taking a record for the longest running host agency of Host Week. So that's right. I learned a bit myself when visiting Brownell's profile on the site. They were founded in 1887. They were probably like specializing in booking steamships across the Atlantic or something. I'm not sure, but super exciting. And I'm so curious to know about their history. So Brownell ladies, I will be reaching out to you to learn about that next week. But fast forwarding to today, where our friends at Brownell, they have 120 advisors that call them home. And whether you're based in Louisiana, like Brownell, or elsewhere in the United States, you're likely very curious about their program, as am I. So let's see what April can find out for us.
Hello, everyone. April from HAR here, celebrating Host Week 2023. I'm sitting down with Carrie Dyer, Chief Development Officer for Brownell. Hey, Carrie, how are you?
Hi, April. I'm great. How are you?
Great. We're so excited to have you here. I know this is your first Host Week, so this is exciting.
So exciting. Delighted to be here.
No, thank you. We have lots of questions for you, so let's jump right in and learn more about Brownell.
Great.
What's been happening in the past year?
Oh my gosh, so much has been happening in the past year. And I think that everyone and all of my colleagues would agree. So much has been happening that feels as though a lot of it is out of our control. And so I think that we have spent a lot of time in developing proactive and preemptive things that we can do to support our advisors. And a lot of that all comes down to support. We've increased our marketing. We now have social media, and that we can own the advisors' social media, take care of all of that for them. We've lifted up a lot of the digital marketing that we do for our advisors, support by way of hosting assistance, sales support. We will look up hotels for you, book them for you, send a VIP letter. We will research cruises. We have an insurance desk that we've also expanded. We've always had an air desk. We've expanded that. So I think what's not new is our constant investment in our ICs. And what is new is the different ways that we've tried to innovate and expand that over the past year.
I love hearing all the support you're giving your advisors and just kind of taking those little tedious things off their plate so they can really focus. I think that's wonderful.
Yes, yes.
So next question, what makes your company unique?
I think the sort of a result of all of that support is not sure of how known this fact is, but something unique about our host agency is that our independent advisors make 3 times the industry average. So when you look at the HAR stats that come out of what the advisors make per year, our average is 3 times that. And this is just, if I can do a little spoiler alert, we're going to have a follow-up webinar, hopefully in February, piggybacking off of Host Week, where we're going to talk about why Brownell advisors make 3 times the industry average. So I hope that everybody will tune into that. But what makes that possible is the focus on them and their business. You know, they have clients, but guess what? They're our clients. And so everything that we do and all that we're focused on is to create the most successful travel advisors out there.
That's great. And we'll actually get a link in the comments too, to get them to that webinar. So, because I think that's a great one. So everybody tune in February. So speaking of travel advisors, I'd love to hear 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Entrepreneur, connector,
I like
and
that.
curious.
I like that. I like connector. And what do you mean by connector?
Connector is really important on a lot of levels. One, obviously there are people who love to plan travel, of course. But maybe they're not as interested as being a business owner. And that's a really big point of differentiation with Brownell, is that they are all business owners. They're all LLCs, S Corps, their own name on the door. And so they've got to be an amazing connector to have the clientele to bring in to make them successful. But the other part of it is a connector within our community. So much. You know, Brownell brings a lot to the table, but our advisors bring a lot to the table as far as their experiences, their travel knowledge, and things that they can share within the community. So our premise is that you get out what you put in. And so if you're a connector within Brownell as well as outside of Brownell, you have a great path to success.
That's wonderful. I'd love to hear that. So it's 2023, and let's hear what Brownell has going on for the year.
Oh my gosh, we have a lot planned. We are going to onboard a new hotel booking tool. I know that that's been in the works for a while, and I would say that we are over-vetters on things. And so we just have taken our time to come out with the best solution for our advisors, which we are delighted about. We offer mastermind engagements that we've done for the past couple of years of getting our advisors together. This year, we're taking them on the road. And so it's an opportunity for people to connect together in person with our advisors. And it's led by our director of hosting development, who's really a business coach, taking everyone out and on the road. And we're going to be launching a new website. So we're thrilled about that. And we'll share more about that to come later too.
I love to hear that. Lots of stuff happening in 2023. Great. So we have lots of new advisors watching. So I'd love to hear one tip you would give a new advisor entering the industry.
I would say, don't be bashful about what may not be your strengths. You can't be good at everything. You know, some people are stronger at admin. Some people are stronger at marketing. Everybody loves to plan travels. Maybe some people aren't as organized. Maybe some people aren't as great at systems. Figure out what that item is and know soon when to outsource it. And also do not let your love of travel get in the way of a successful business. Sometimes we find that it's easy to get distracted and to take the travel and to do the travel, which is why we're here and why we love it. But remember that you're also creating those experiences for your clients, and to get the same enthusiasm in providing that to them as your own experience is going to excel your production and the growth of your business.
Yeah, I think that's great advice, and even some great life advice as far as figuring out what you're good at. So no, I like that in general.
That's true.
So we're at the point in the interview, which I get to my favorite question. I always think it's the hardest question, and I love hearing the answers. So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
I have to be honest, this is a really hard question, and a little heads up that you did share that with me ahead of time. And so what I decided to do, which I hope was okay, I crowdsourced it. And I've got a couple of ideas back from our community, because I think hearing what they say about us is more important than what we say about us. So I'll rattle off a couple. One, the Oreo. It was the first cookie established in the United States. We are the first travel agency established in the United States.
Facts.
Isn't that fun? But they continue to innovate, to stay relevant, you know, birthday cake Oreos or whatever that is, and to stay top of mind and have that position of respect within the snack world. Another thing that someone said was a protein bar. No empty calories, just everything that you need to get you where you want to go. And another one that came up that I thought was pretty fun was a charcuterie board, which is just a variety of tastes and flavors to provide a great offering with the same intention of everyone is to be the best and favored hors d'oeuvre at the party.
I love all those answers, and now I'm getting a craving for like double stuffed Oreos. So.
I know, I agree.
No, those are great. I love hearing all that.
Thank you.
Harry, it was great to have you here for Host Week. Thank you so much for letting us know more that's going on with Brownell. We look forward to your webinar coming up, and happy Host Week, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I am really excited for that Brownell webinar because they are going to be my Valentine date. They asked if it was very sweet. They asked if I was available to be the Valentine date. And I was like, yes, it was just, I don't know. It was just kind of cute. So mark your calendars for February 14th at 12 p.m. Central Time, and you can be our Valentine's date too. And word just came across that we just got a new Virtuoso review in. So thank you to Amy for sharing your experience for other and helping make the site even a better resource for those that are visiting. If you are just getting ready to start your agency, we hope you have been finding these interviews helpful and bringing the host agency profiles to life. That's kind of the goal of this. So on our survey last year, we heard from an advisor that commented, it was really interesting. They said that they were ready to sign on with a host agency until Host Week. When they watched their host interview and they didn't really connect with the interview at all, but then they found another host that they'd previously considered who blew them out of their water with their interview, and that's who they ended up signing on with. So that is the goal of our interviews. Profiles give you great information and reviews give you great information to help you make your decision. But the Host Week interviews are a dynamic way to view your potential business partner in a different light. So next up is a Virtuoso agency that hung up its shingle in 2013. So a very, very happy 10-year anniversary to Departure Lounge. A unique aspect I want to call out about them is that they accept advisors from the US and many other countries around the world, which is not common. So check out their profile for the complete list, and we will drop that link in the comments. And April found some time to meet up with Departure Lounge's owner, Keith Walden. So let's see what he has to say.
Hello, everyone. Host Week 2023 happening. I am sitting down with Keith Walden, founder and director of Departure Lounge Travel Planning Specialist. Hey, Keith, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so excited to have you here and talk all things Departure Lounge with me.
It's my favorite subject.
Right? So we got lots of questions for you. So let's get started.
Okay.
I I'd love to hear what's been new with Departure Lounge this past year.
I would say the overriding theme of 2022 has been growth. Our sales volume had a 205% increase over last year, and last year was an extraordinary year itself. That last year was 89% over 2019. This year has been a rocket shot of additional 205% over last year. Some of that has been, we've grown as a team. We're up to 155 advisors now, split between North America and Europe. But a large part of the growth has been incredible growth by advisor, which is really satisfying, particularly advisors that have been with us just 2 to 3 years, saw tremendous growth in sales this year in particular. So that's very satisfying to see, especially, with them building their new careers coming out of COVID. So growth has been a huge thing. We've also grown our VIP preferred partner program considerably, which is very popular with our team for sure. Gives us a direct relationship with our favorite suppliers around the world. And otherwise, we continued to evolve on the technology front. We moved our entire team to Xeon this past year, which has been a huge game changer for the advisors, for my back office team, for me personally. We love Xeon as a much more advanced version of a back office system, and it's really paid off in dividends for everybody involved with Departure Lounge. Otherwise, I think we're thankful for all the business all the way around. We've had a really good year. We had a great annual meeting in Nashville in October with 97 of our advisors attending in person for a few days. We focus on best practices and how to elevate each other. Going into the end of this year, very proud of what we've done.
Lots of great things happened last year. You were busy, and I love to hear in person. I'm like, we're finally there. Thank you. So that's great.
Yes.
I know you just gave us a ton of information, and I'm sure this will apply to the next question, but what makes your company unique?
I would say there's kind of 3 or 4 key things. The most important is community and culture. I'm very, very careful on the advisors coming into our team. I spend the time to get to know them. There's a strong kindness factor for anybody on our team. Our reputation is very, very important to us in the industry and with our clients. So I look for people that are really kindness first and willing to be helpful to each other. That is so evident on every day with our team, because our advisors, although they're spread across 2 continents, are very happily helping each other out in our private forum day and night. Second, I would say, modern technology. We don't have any old technology platforms. And then, of course, a strong reason for any of us to do business is we pay a lot of money. Our compensation programs are the best industry, and they're all flexible. We have commission split contracts and a flat fee contract for anybody that's $1 million or more in sales. They can pay a flat fee per month and keep 100% of their commission and fees. So I would say those are the key things that set us apart.
I like that. I think a lot of that reflects leadership in you and who you are. So that's so great to hear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm having a good time. I tell people, if you told me 15 years ago I would be stewarding a travel agency, I would have laughed at you and probably bet all my money that you were wrong. But here I am, and I'm having a great time. We're going into our 10th year. Next year will be our 10-year anniversary, and having a great time.
That's great to hear. I love it. That's what it's all about. You got to love what you do.
Yep.
So let's talk more about travel advisors. What would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Kind is the first word. Well-traveled and well-connected. Those are probably the 3 most important things, and in that order, to be successful on our team.
That's great. I like those words, and I haven't heard a couple of those before, so I love the uniqueness of it. It's 2023, so we'd love to hear what you have going on this year.
We're really excited. We're launching a mentor program in January, which is a non-paid mentoring program. It's taken us
Wow.
9 years to wrap our brains around how to do a mentoring program that fits who we are as a host agency, and also the fact that we only have ICs. And so it's a voluntary but managed mentoring program that does not have a cost for incoming new advisors, because that was
That's amazing.
important to me. I don't feel good about charging people just starting their careers to pay to be mentored. I think that can be a barrier for some people that would be great for our industry. So we've got a way to offer a mentoring program that doesn't cost the new advisor money. It costs them time that they're dedicating to support a mentor that we've selected for them. So it gives them the chance to support the mentor, and then the mentee is learning along the way and has a go-to person. So we're really excited about that program, and we announced it in Nashville at our annual meeting in October, and it was very well received. So I think that's going to help strengthen the onboarding process for brand new advisors, while giving some additional support to our veteran advisors who, are killing it and could use that extra support. So I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, I love to hear that. What a great idea. And I love the fact that you're not into charging the new advisors, because when they first do come to the industry, it is tough for them. So, I mean, again, that kind of goes back to your kindness theme. So I love hearing that. Kudos to you.
Yeah, I'm not driven by money. I'm not. I think anybody that knows me through my life has known that to be true. I've been fortunate enough to always make enough money to pay my bills. I don't have a super expensive lifestyle. I spend more on plants than probably anything else. I like to garden. I drive an old dirty truck. So I like to be profitable, but I'm not focused on money. And I think that's helpful. And I've been, fortunate to have some business partners that are also, want us to be profitable, but they're not greed driven. And so it helps us take on the mindset of putting ourselves in the place of that new advisor and understanding. And there are several top producers with us today that I think if we had to charge them, $4, $6, $10,000 coming in the door, it would have been impossible for them to do. And maybe they would have chosen not to come into the industry. So I'm really happy about the fact that we figured this out. We tested it actually with some of our folks to just see if it would work this past year, and it worked very well. It was a win-win for everybody. So I think it's a good next step for us as we go into our 10th year.
That's so great to hear. Well, that actually is a perfect leadway to my next question. So for new advisors entering the business, what would be one tip you would give them?
I would say, reputation and culture and community are very important. It's a reflection on you. And as a new person in the industry, you want to make sure that you are connected to an organization and a group of people that you're proud to be with. There are some fantastic options out there. Take the time to get to know what that culture is, what that community is. Speak to the advisors that are already part of that agency, and make sure it's the right fit for you. And then I would just say, stay away from antiquated technology. Our industry has a lot of that, and there are better options out there where you don't have to use antiquated technology. And also be really smart about money. There are great compensation options available today to new advisors and veteran advisors. And I see a lot of advisors that are leaving a lot of money on the table that they should be taking home, in my opinion. So I guess those are my three tips.
I like it. Perfect. So now we get to our fun, crazy, hard question that we ask everyone. And I always think it's the hardest question out of them all. So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would that snack be and why?
So I'm answering this based on actual consumption by my team this year, and I'm going to have to go with champagne.
Ooh, I like that.
It's not exactly a snack food, but we have consumed a lot of champagne. We've had a lot of celebrations this year, and we've had a year to celebrate. So champagne's definitely going to be the answer.
I like that one. I really like that one. I don't think anybody else is going to have that answer, and it might be my favorite. Well, listen, I hear you have a host week special, so why don't you let us know more about it?
Sure. For anyone that joins us between now and the end of February and mentions Host Agency Reviews, we'll give them a $200 discount off of our $500 onboarding fee per advisor. So all you've got to do is mention Host Agency Reviews, and we'll give you that discount.
That's amazing and so generous. And we'll actually put a link in the comments too to get people over to that so they can read more about it. Keith, it is such a pleasure, as always, talking to you. Thank you for being here for Host Week, and have a wonderful day. And goodbye, everyone. We'll see you in a little bit for some more great Host Week fun.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, news just came in to Command Central that I screwed up a fact about my Valentine's Day date, which is incredibly embarrassing. I'm really hoping our date goes more smoothly because I messed up where they were located. To correct the record, Brownell is located in Alabama, not Louisiana. It turns out that it does matter the orders of the letter when you're writing down a state's abbreviation. So I'm going to blame it on my overstimulated and sleep-deprived brain. I'm so sorry, Valentine's Day. Please forgive me. Anyhow, I love the information about the host programs, the tools, and the cultures that they're all sharing through their interviews. Although if you are trying to choose a host, I'm guessing you might be thinking more along the lines of this is not so fun. It's probably like, wow, this is great, but incredibly overwhelming. So if that is the case for you, make sure to check out our brand spanking new course, The Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency, where we have an entire chapter of lessons dedicated to helping you find the best host for you. There are over 60 video lessons, and we'll help you take that seed of an idea about starting an agency into fruition so you can open your agency's doors quicker and know that you didn't miss anything. So our first cohort is starting February 1st, 2023, and our Host Week special has 50% off the course if you sign on before February 12th. And then once you've gone through the course, you will be ready to sign on with a host, and that host might be our very next guest, Gifted Travel Network. So if that name rings a bell, that's because we've had two GTN employees on this week doing EDUSPOTS. So Vanessa McGovern, one of GTN's co-founders, gave a great EDUSPOT earlier this week on top tips from top advisors. And then Carolyn from their marketing team also did an EDUSPOT earlier this week on Tuesday on building your marketing funnel. So we will link to those in the comments if anyone wants to check them out, or if you're interested in GTN and want to see what some of their education is like. So let's see. We will link also to GTN's profile in the comments, and I would like to hear what April was able to find out about them. So let's see what April's up to.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Host Week. I am April from HAR, and I'm sitting down with Vanessa McGovern, one of the co-founders and Chief Sales Marketing Officer for Gifted Travel Network, or GTN. Hi, Vanessa. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everyone. Hi, April. Super happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
No, this is exciting. We're glad you're here and to hear everything about GTN. So let's jump right into some questions. We have a few serious questions, and then, of course, our fun, silly question that HAR always likes to ask. And then I hear you have a Host Week special, so we'll get more into that too. Perfect. So I'd love to hear what's been going on this past year with GTN.
Oof, it's a loaded question because we have had so many amazing things happen to Gifted Travel Network, or GTN, as many in the industry know, refer to us as. In 2022, I would say the biggest thing about what's happened in 2022 is really we got crystal clear on where we belong in the host space. There are so many amazing host agencies out there. There's really something for everybody in whatever style of business you have or you're trying to cultivate as a travel entrepreneur. And that's one of the things what we love so much about the industry. It's really, really what it comes down to is fit and what you need for your business. And when we first started our journey, if you can believe, it's now going to be 10 years in 2023. We celebrate 10 years. We have been on an entrepreneurial journey, like so many of you watching, and every year clicks over to the other. We've gotten clearer and clearer on who we serve and where we belong. And in 2022, I think we really got crystal clear more than ever. And so where we belong is truly in the elevated luxury hosting space. You know, we offer an elevated hosted experience for the luxury travel advisor. And that became clearer than ever in 2022.
That's great. And congratulations on your anniversary. That's so
Thank
exciting.
you. We're very excited.
I'd love to hear what makes Gifted unique.
So good question. And what makes us unique really goes to what I just said in terms of the elevated hosted experience. And it really comes down to 4 pillars. And it's the sort of convergence of those 4 pillars that makes us unique. And it's a holistic approach to hosting that makes us unique. And the first pillar in how we deliver on an elevated hosted experience is elevated and award-winning education. We have won a Magellan Award 4 years in a row, and we know how to cultivate success in travel entrepreneurship, and it is largely due to our educational programs. Number 2 is we offer elevated support. We have record-breaking response times. We get involved in our travel advisors' businesses in a way that I don't see other hosts do at the level that we do. My partner team has handled multiple escalations and advocated on behalf of our advisors thousands of times, it feels like, over the last couple of years now since the pandemic. So we offer deep level support. We also have a full complement of technology services that we offer to our members in order to be able to run their businesses efficiently and effectively. And the list goes on in terms of support. Number 3 is elevated access through Virtuoso membership, as well as a really robust complement of hotel elite programs. Again, for the luxury advisor, this is incredibly important for someone who sells Four Seasons, for example, Marriott luxury brands, Langham, Hyatt Privé properties, being involved in Hilton Impresario, being involved in the Hotel Elite programs is a critical component for the luxury travel advisor, and we offer a full complement of that. And the last is an elevated collaborative community. You know, at GTN, we believe in community over competition, and you feel that vibe from the minute you join our membership forum and you see the types of conversations that are happening, you know instantly that it is truly a collaborative environment. So I would say it's the combination, the convergence of all those 4 points that I just made that makes us unique.
The couple of things that I really took out of there was support and community. I just think that's so important. And I love that you're really supporting your TAs with that. So that's wonderful to hear.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of TAs, I would love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
3 words to describe our Gifted Travel Network's ideal travel advisor. Let's see. So I think the first is definitely entrepreneurial. You got to be entrepreneurial to thrive in the Gifted Travel Network community. You've got to be the kind of person that kind of builds the plane as you fly it. You've got to be the kind of person that's okay for taking you'll take the first step on the staircase without seeing the whole staircase being revealed. If you're the kind of person that needs to have absolutely every single duck in the row before you start the process, that's more of an employee mindset. And at Gifted Travel Network, it's truly entrepreneurial. And I know that was definitely not one word, but my one word, the first one of 3 is entrepreneurial. You got to embrace the entrepreneurial spirit in your travel entrepreneurial journey. And at Gifted Travel Network, we really create the space for you to keep reminding yourself about that and lean into that. And we have educational programming to support that. So entrepreneurial, that's definitely one. The second I would say is, and I mentioned it before, and you heard it as well, as collaborative. You've got to want to share, give, and receive, right? You've got to be the kind of person that wants to, give your knowledge freely, and you don't have to have selling travel for decades to be able to give. We've got so many entrepreneurial spirited professionals that have joined Gifted Travel Network from other professions and are coming in and giving seasoned travel advisors amazing knowledge on digital marketing, on running your own business, on running P&L reports, and just general business topics. So it's okay if you don't have travel industry experience. You can still collaborate, you can still engage, and you can still contribute. And if you have that collaborative spirit, you're going to thrive in Gifted Travel Network. And that's definitely, one of the one words I would say. And the last one I would want is, I'm going to hyphenate it. The last word, so it's kind of two words, but we'll hyphenate it, is luxury minded. If you are a luxury minded travel advisor, you'll fit in the Gifted Travel Network community, especially for you if you have a network of clients that are regulars, regular travelers, seasoned travelers in Four Seasons and, Ritz-Carlton and, Hyatt Privé properties and the ones that I've mentioned before. If you're luxury minded, and if you don't have access to that network, it's okay. If you have the desire and the ability and the business acumen to align your brand for that type of client, will help you in that journey to find the client for that type of experience. That you have to have that mindset. Just having that luxury minded mindset is a very important word, I would say, to describe GTN.
I haven't heard collaborative before, so I love the fact that you added that in. I think that's a great word and can be used across the board. So great one.
Thank you.
It's 2023, so let's hear about what Gifted Travel Network has in store for this year.
What we have in store for this year is so much goodness. We are coming off of an incredible year in 2022. The momentum was insane, off the charts. So just to give some context, because it does, it's relevant to how we're preparing for 2023 and sort of the theme for 2023. We had, I don't know anybody else that can say this, we had 400% growth from 2019 numbers to 2022, 400% growth. So as you can imagine, the biggest sort of pain point, if you will, in 2022 was managing that growth. And so how we're preparing and how we're ready for 2023 is that towards the end of 2022, we've spent a lot of time building out systems and infrastructure to be able to support this continued growth trend we're on and make room for more. And we're really positioning our memberships, our membership especially in the top producer space, to be able to continue on that trend and sustain that as well. And that means building out, different membership programs to support that level of growth. So will we have another 400% increase in 2023? I don't think any business can expect to have that level of growth. That's not sort of what we're rooting for, if you will. What we're rooting for is just to continue on a strong growth trajectory, because the momentum is already strong. We predicted that, quite frankly, even as far back as 2020. We had this bow and arrow analogy when we were in the industry's darkest days and we're keeping our members tapped in and positive and forward thinking. And we would always say, think of it as the bow and arrow. The further you pull it back, when you let it go, what happens? It'll go even further. So the further it's pulled, the further it'll go. And that's kind of what we experienced in 2022. So what's in store for 2023 right now is sustaining that momentum and supporting our new and experienced advisors in that journey of growth.
Great. So we have lots of new travel advisors watching. So if you could give them one
Hello,
tip.
new advisors.
Hi, everyone. What would that one tip be for a new travel advisor?
One tip for a new travel advisor. I have so many tips. And I think what it really boils down to is invest in your business. If you want to replace an income, a full-time income that you may have had in a previous career, and you're using your travel business, this is the catalyst for entrepreneurship, and you are wanting to meaningfully contribute to your household income, and this is income that this is not a hobby, essentially. This isn't a side hustle. This is your actual business. Then you have to be willing to invest. Just like you don't want your potential clients DIYing their own trips, or, the whole age-old saying, if you get them on price, you lose them on price. You need to focus on investing in your business, be willing to do that. And there's a big difference between expenses and investment. You have to invest in your education. You have to invest in yourself. You have to know your worth. You cannot sell from your own pocket. And you have to just treat this like a business. This is not a side hustle. I mean, it can be, and there's plenty of options out there for you. GTN is definitely not that option, because we attract advisors that this is their full-time income. This is their livelihood. And so if that's you, you'll find a great home in Gifted Travel Network. And my tip is that you invest in yourself, you invest in your business.
Absolutely. So enough with business. Let's get down to the fun question, right? So if your company was a snack food, what would that snack food be and why?
A snack food. Well, I love a good charcuterie board,
Mm.
right? Who doesn't love a good charcuterie board? So I feel like if our business was a snack food, we would have this beautiful handmade board, beautiful board, wood, just thick, gorgeous board with curated cheeses and meats from so many different parts of the world, maybe with the little flags on the cheeses from different countries.
Oh, I love that.
Right. And of course, there would be a pairing of the finest champagne to go with our charcuterie board.
I love that answer. And I love the fact that you even added the whole travel aspect to it with the little flags. That's great.
Yes.
I love it.
I love that question. Now I'm hungry. I want to go make a charcuterie board and have some champagne.
As soon as we get off, let's go eat. So I hear you have a host week special. So let's hear more about that too.
Thank you for asking, and thanks for the opportunity for offering a host special in association with this great week for Host Week with Host Agency Reviews. And our special is if you decide to join us at Gifted Travel Network by January 31st, we are going to offer $500 off GTN conference registration. And our conference is May 10th through 14th in Mykonos, Greece, at the Myconian Collection. So it will give you plenty of time to get registered still, book your air, and join us at our annual conference. And that's where you'll really see the collaborative, entrepreneurial, creative spirit come to life with your fellow new host agency colleagues. So that's our special. Thank you for that opportunity.
No, thank you. That's a great special, and I love that. Well, Vanessa, it has been such a pleasure talking to you and learning more about Gifted Travel Network. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to a great host week.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for joining Host Week. Thank you, April and Steph Lee. You're an exceptional partner. We really love working with Host Agency Reviews. Thanks for putting on this event. We appreciate it.
No, thank you. And everyone, let's continue on with Host Week. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
We are in the home stretch of host interviews with just 2 more left. Kind of bittersweet, isn't it? Well, thank you for joining us for the ride so far and for tuning in for Host Week. It is not often you see an event of this size for free in the industry, and our sponsors are part of what makes that happen. So HAR is so grateful for the support of our weekly sponsors. We have the Adventure Travel Trade Association. Check out their Adventure Elevate in Maine, which is happening in May. There's a special where Host Week travel advisors can get 75% off. You'll have to go for more details to the specials page. We have Nexion Travel Group, who's a host agency, and they were interviewed on Wednesday. Runway Health, who specializes in working and doing direct-to-consumer travel medications to travelers. They are doing a webinar with us February 1st. And they are paying commission to travel advisors, and they're doubling it for the next 90 days. So go ahead and go to our events calendar to sign up for the Runway Health webinar. We also have Tour Radar, and they did the keynote on Tuesday on sustainable travel. It's a great keynote. Also check out Wednesday if sustainability travel is your thing. We also talk about it in Wednesday's keynote. And then last but not least, we have Travel Planners International. They're a host agency that we interviewed on Tuesday if you want to go back and take a peek. Another thing to note is that our drawing, and I know people that have already entered just want to mute me right now, but we have a drawing for that 3-night stay at a Barcelo property. It's still open right now, but it will be closing at 4 p.m. Central Time. So make sure to go to the specials, apply for the Barcelo drawing. And the winner will be announced during our closing. So go find your lucky charm so that you're ready for the drawing. Now, next up, we've got Montecito Village Travel. You know for sure that they're a Virtuoso member, or at least I hope you do by now, because all of today's host agencies are. But here's a few things you probably didn't know about them. So they have 550 advisors all across the United States, and they have been selling travel since 1972. We are near the finish line, folks. So let's take a deep dive into all things Montecito Village Travel. April, do your thing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another interview with me, April from HAR. I'm sitting down with Connie Miller, Chief Relationship Officer and Business Developer for Montecito Village Travel. Hey, Connie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm great. I'm so happy you're here and we can talk everything Montecito Village travel.
Well, I'm happy to be here too. So that makes two of us.
So we have a bunch of questions for you. So let's jump right in.
All right.
I would love to hear what's been happening the past year.
Oh my gosh. 2022 was an incredibly busy year for us. I mean, it was just amazing. A lot of things happened internally as well as externally. Internally, in April, Colin Weatherhead announced the promotion of Robin Sanchez to president. And with her, many of us got enhanced roles as well. And why this is important is I think it's just really good to know that this team has worked together for 10 years. So we are through all those phases of new people working with new people, and we understand each other really well, what our strengths are. And it's just been a really great enhancement to the company as a whole. And another thing, looking forward to the future, it's kind of interesting. You have to look to the past as well. And in 2022, we celebrated our 50-year anniversary. And yeah, it was great. And I did a little research into it. I mean, when you think back 50 years, what has changed in travel? Just about everything, right? And one of the reasons we are here today after 50 years, where other companies maybe failed through all those changes, is we had an eye to the future, and we embraced the challenges that each new decade brought to us. And so when we look at our management team, what's really interesting to note is that we fall in all different generations. So projecting and moving forward, we've got a really balanced approach to what we need to do to be viable 5, 10, 15, and 20 years from now, and not forget what got us here. So that was kind of the biggest thing internally. Obviously, with those promotions, we also had some need for new personnel. So that's always a good thing. We've expanded our accounting department. We've hired an events and meeting coordinator to help with all of the things that we're doing as far as our advisors are concerned, those trips and things. But when you look at what we've done for advisors, that's even more exciting. Our intranet, which is probably one of the key factors that people join us, it's so robust. And we are continually adding to YTC 360. For example, this year we took our tours division and we actually created a tours and experience module whereby an agent could go in and they can say, gee, I have a client who wants to go to Morocco, they're adventure travel. Who are the tour operators and DMCs in that area that serve that client? So they don't have to, I mean, you can still go to the forums and you still can know, but if you're dealing with a new destination that you're not that familiar with, it's nice to have a list of suppliers that specialize in either that type of travel or that destination. And it makes the searchable feature really, really fascinating and helpful. We've also enhanced our invoicing process. So advisors can go to our intranet and invoice a sale probably in less than a minute. And it also pushes it into client base, which we need for our Virtuoso affiliation and for Virtuoso marketing. We've also tagged and enhanced our sales information for that advisor. So when an advisor goes in, they can see year to date, last year, month to date sales. They also know each and every time when commission has been received for that sale. About 2 years ago, we also added a feature that is really great, and it ties into this, is we help advisors do commission chasing. So 90 days from beyond the day of departure, okay, we will advise the advisor that commissions haven't been received for a specific sale. And all they have to do is click a button and it will pre-populate information from the invoice. So arrival date, confirmation number, passenger name, room type, whatever it is that they can send off to actually get those commissions collected. So we're trying to be as proactive as we can to help with the mundane part of selling travel. And let's face it, nobody likes to invoice and nobody likes to chase commission ever. Another thing that we added to 360 that I think is really phenomenal is our promotions calendar. So as a host agency, we have exclusive sales. We will send that information out to advisor. I may get it 3 weeks ago and it was for Antarctica and I had nobody interested in Antarctica, and it goes into the trash and it gets deleted or whatever. Now what I can do is I can go into our promotions calendar. I can search by destination, by supplier, and I can pull up what that promotion was and see if it's applicable to my client. It's also great if you're proactively looking for someone to find good opportunities for them to stand out to their clients. So that's really great. Another thing we did this last year, and in fact, it just rolled out, we have a booking engine called BookYTC. It is for hotels and airline tickets, okay? And it's for the non-GDS user, point and click environment, very simple to use. The enhancements that we added to it includes knowing if there is commission on an airline ticket, because many of our airline rates are commissionable. So now you can know before you book it what the approximate commission is going to be. And then another feature that we added to it was the availability to search for either pre-bundled, like outbound and return combined together solutions, as well as selecting your outbound and selecting your return. So totally a game changer to know ahead of time if there's commission on a ticket that you're booking, the class of service, and all of that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't add in here our Endless Luxury collection, which we added for advisors this year. Endless Luxury is a collection of DMCs throughout the world. What we have found is our advisors are looking for unique experiences, and that a lot of times requires an expert in that particular country or in that particular area. And, we are Virtuoso and we have some wonderful DMCs there, but there are other DMCs that are actually, maybe more specific to a unique area or a unique destination. So we're curating a list of those and making them available to our advisors. We have also, I told you there was just a lot.
No, I love that.
It's amazing. I get so excited about it. I just can't stop talking about these things. We also added reserve trips. Again, our advisors are looking for unique experiences working with destination management companies throughout the world. So we will have probably about 3 again next year. We had 3 this year. We took an elite group of advisors to Morocco, another group to Peru, and another one to Turkey for a really immersive experience. And advisors, when these come out, they can request to attend, and they fill out a survey. So it's based on, advisor need. Does this make sense for the advisor? For example, if we had an African safari and somebody sold nothing but safaris and went to Africa every year for a month, that's not the right person to send on this experience, right? We need to send somebody who has clientele that would travel to Africa and has a need for that information. So that's really a tremendous opportunity there. And it is tied to a marketing program afterwards as we work with our preferred suppliers. And then probably the most exciting thing for me was we returned to in-person conferences.
Right?
I know it was so much fun. We were at the Montage in Deer Valley in November and had just a wonderful experience. And the Montage even arranged snow for us when they don't typically get snow in November. So that was really exciting.
Fun. Well, it sounds like you have a lot of stuff that happened last year, and congratulations, 50 years. That's amazing. So love to hear that. I feel like the next question almost ties into a lot of the stuff you said, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What makes your company unique?
Oh, that's a really good question. Several years ago, we kind of asked, we asked our advisor committee. We said, okay, why did you come to us? Why do you stay with us? What is the secret sauce? And they said, well, your secret sauce is your people. And I've said it before, it's kind of like, oh, that's so cliche. And yet the bottom line is what it really boils down to. And I've often said, we're like a big little company. We are big enough to matter and small enough to care. So we have all the bells and whistles and everything an advisor might need, but we are still small enough that we're very personalized in our orientation. It's all done in person over Zoom, but one-on-one. So it's not recorded sessions when an advisor comes in. We do have an experience requirement. We need a minimum of 2 years of experience coming in here. We think that makes that really a core group of advisors when you are networking with other advisors in our community. So that's kind of our secret sauce. But another thing that a lot of people don't realize about us is not only do we host independent contractors, but in today's environment, there are so many independent contractor groups. So there can be a primary agent with many agents under them banding together as one company. And then we also host agencies. So we don't just host the single independent contractor, but we also will host an agency who wants higher commissions and a little bit more assistance, we can take off over their ARC report. That's always the big thing everybody wants to get rid of, right? And I think all of our service really stems from what Colin Weather had told me 10, 20 years ago. He says, if our advisors are not successful, we are not successful. So that's kind of a motto that really drives everything that we do here. If it makes sense, we will do it for an IC. If it's a one-off situation or if it's a change in policy, we make those things happen, because our goal here is to make our advisors as successful as they possibly can be.
I'd love to hear that. Well, let's talk about advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
I had to laugh because I actually sent this out to the management team. I said, okay, what are the 3 words you would use? And the first one that came through for just about everybody was passionate. We need passionate advisors. If you're not passionate about your job and your industry, you're not going to be the successful business person that you want to be. You've got to have that passion for travel. But beyond that, you've got to be professional. You've got to treat it as a business. You've got to understand what is required. And thirdly, you need to be proactive. It's up to you. If there's something you don't know or something you want to know or something isn't working right, you need to research. You need to network with your peers in the MVT group, within the Virtuoso group, or some of the other groups that are out there, and find out what's going to work for you in your particular situation. Certainly our advisors reach out to us as well, but you just need to know that this is your business and you are, guiding the ship, so to speak.
Yeah, no, those are 3 great words. So it's 2023, and let's hear about what Montecito Travel has in plan for the year.
So a lot of it's going to be continuation of what we're already working on. For example, the YTC 360 product is just going to have more and more enhancements to it. Already we have added white label marketing, social media opportunities. We've done just so many things along those lines that that's not even funny. And we're going to make it even more customized moving forward. So that's really great. Technology is key, again, working with the software that makes it easier for advisors to be proactive, to make sales easily, and to be able to concentrate on what they do best and take off the mundane routine work. So if we can automate anything, we're going to do that for the advisors. And then we are also including an advisor committee for marketing ideas. So much of the success of an advisor is really based on their ability to market, to network, to showcase their skills. So we're constantly looking at what we can do to provide to our independent contractors material or content or direction, or even how to do X, Y, or Z in order to be more successful. So this advisor committee will be really good, because why not learn from the best of the best? If we've got somebody who's doing it really well, let them share the love, let them share that information. One of the other things that we've done in the social media arena is we have created content for our advisors. So white labeled, inspirational, aspirational content that can be used. And sometimes it's supplier related, but mostly it's not. It's items that they can use either as is or white labeled, or they can take that content and then tweak it to make it more unique to them. So we've had a lot of success with that, and the imagery and everything's just been beautiful. Our marketing team's doing a great job. So that's how we're preparing for the future, doing more of the same and getting better at what we do.
I love hearing about all the support that you're providing your advisors. It's so great to hear, especially with little things that maybe they don't excel in. So to be able to give them that extra help is wonderful to hear.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about a new travel advisor. What would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
Oh my gosh. I think I would tell them that it is impossible to know everything about everything. Okay. But your support comes from your host agency. Your support comes from your suppliers. Lean on them and lean into them for assistance and advice, because it can be overwhelming if you are asked to provide a trip to someplace you've never, ever been, you know nothing about. So knowing how to delve in to do the research is critical. And then also sometimes there's times if you have a partner or somebody you can work with that's an expert in the field, it is okay to say, you know, that's not my area of specialty. I have this person who is phenomenal and I would like you to work with them. You know, it's okay to pass business off, but don't shy away from business because you don't know it. Lean into those suppliers, lean into your host agency. It's very doable.
Great advice, and also great advice in life. It's okay not to don't know. So I like that one. So we have finally come to our fun question, because Har always likes to ask a silly fun question. If your company was a snack food, what would that food be and why?
Well, we had two answers on this one because I again reached out to my partners. My first thought was Chex Mix. You know, it can be sweet, it can be salty, it's got all different types of shapes and sizes and everything like that. But I think I like this one better. Shane Levere actually gave me Trail Mix, and I'm thinking, well, that's good because it's a lot of things you don't think would taste good together, but you put it all together, and it's just an amazing combination. And you know, there's a few nuts in Trail Mix usually.
Right? Get a little nutty. I like it. I like it a lot. So I hear you have a host week special, so let's hear about it.
All right. Our host week special is we will give 6 months of Virtuoso access at no charge to our independent contractors if they register with us by the end of February. So you've got a month. If you reach out to me, we'll do an interview. You can determine whether or not we're a good fit for you. And if you join us, we would give you Virtuoso access for 6 months at no cost. So it's a great value.
That's an amazing deal, and I love to hear that. And we'll actually put a link in the chat so people can go check out your special. Connie, thank you so much for being here for Host Week 2023. It has been a pleasure talking to you and learning more about Montecito Village Travel.
Well, thank you. It's a delight to be here. We are firm supporters of host agency reviews. I mean, this is really a great relationship that we have with you. And what you do for the travel industry community is just amazing. I mean, when I go in and I look at the reports and all of the services that you offer to advisors, I'm blown away. And it's a service that's much needed in the industry. And I've just loved seeing how it's grown through the years. So thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. And we're going to continue on with Host Week. See everybody soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you, Connie, so much for the kind words about Har. We love what we do. We love being to help people entering the industry and getting even people in the industry, giving resources that can help them be more efficient at their jobs. Like our events calendar, if you're an experienced advisor, having everything in one calendar that you can see all the big events for the year is something I always wanted when I was working at an agency. So how is everybody feeling? I am so excited for our last host of the week because that means we interviewed a record-breaking, I don't know the exact number, but 30-something host agencies this week. And that doesn't even count our 7 consortia interviews. So I did a little math in my head, which we all know how great I am at math because that's why we have so many EDUSPOTS this year. But I'm estimating on this, but I think we have a full 8 to 9 hours of video of interviews to help you find the best host and or consortium partner for your agency, which is just mind-boggling. So as you can tell, Host Week is a lot of work to put on. So a gargantuan thank you to the Har team of Mary and April. We're a small team and we do a lot with just the 3 of us. And we also had Rita Perez, who helped us out with Host Week this year, and our producer, Juan, who I just realized I have never used his last name, so I'm not sure what that is. But I kind of actually, you know what, I like that, though, because it adds mystique when we just call him Juan and no one knows what his last name is, no one has ever seen him. So nowhere near as mysterious as Juan as our next host is Uniglobe Travel Center. They have all sorts of data about them on their Har profile, which we'll link to in the comments. But they were founded in 1996, have over 600 advisors under their banner. And I don't want to ruin the surprise, but if you didn't know already, I'm not very good at holding back when I'm excited. And I'm super excited about the Luminary Awards, which are coming up next. So I'm going to spoil the surprise a little bit and whet your appetite. So Uniglobe is the winner of 2 of our Luminary Awards, which we'll be formally announcing shortly. So stick around after Uniglobe's interview for our annual Best of the Best Host Agencies Awards. And now that I've spilled the beans on that, it's probably best to cut my mic and switch over to April Hahn.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Host Week 2023. I am here sitting with April Swales, Director of Marketing and Sales for Uniglobe Travel Center. We have two Aprils here. I love this.
I know. Hi, April. Good morning.
Right? I'm not used to it. This is great. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're excited to hear about everything Uniglobe.
I'm excited to share with you guys.
Wonderful. So I got some questions, so we'll just jump right in.
All right, sounds good.
Love to hear what's been happening the past year.
We've seen a lot of growth this past year. And, I think most host agencies are still kind of recovering from pandemic, sales and things like that. So we've seen a lot of good growth. We're finally seeing our numbers really recover from before the pandemic, which is awesome. But we're seeing a ton of new to industry people. Nice. And I think that's a good indicator that people are excited about the comeback of travel. And we're just getting them ready, and we're training them, and we're mentoring them, and we're supporting them ongoing. So I think that means good things for us in 2023.
That's great. That's so great to hear. And I love to hear that there are people entering the industry. It's a great industry, and just, I think, an exciting time for those people. So that's so great to hear.
Yep.
What's unique about Uniglobe Travel Center?
There's two things that I think are really unique about us. One is absolutely the community that we have, fostered, and none of us can take credit for it. It just happened organically on its own. But our community of advisors, we've got people who've been in the industry for decades, and we have people that are brand new, and everybody seems to work really, really nicely together. It's very supportive and professional. It feels more like a family. So I definitely think that's the biggest thing that I can say is different about us. The second thing that I hadn't thought about until recently is that most of the people on our staff have sold travel. So when you go to various host agencies, some of the people who are in charge making a lot of decisions haven't ever really been on our side of it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. They have a lot of business skills to bring to the table, but it's kind of nice to have somebody who's in that position who really truly understands what it's like in the day of.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's nice when you work for somebody that really does understand what you're going through and might have a little more insight too. So that's really great to hear. And I think that does make you unique.
Yes.
So let's talk about travel advisors. What are 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
So I use this actually a lot. So I'm kind of cheating, but not. But business-minded entrepreneur.
Okay.
Business-minded entrepreneur. That's what we really, really hope to find whenever people come to us for, mentorship.
Yeah. And I mean, that's so important to have that. I mean, the business mind, because it is your own business, and to be an entrepreneur and be adventurous and be able to take those leaps and those changes at stride. So that's a great one. So it's 2023. What do you have going on this year?
So our newest change is that, and we actually rolled this announcement out November 21st. So you probably heard that we're partnering with ASTA in a different way. We've partnered with ASTA for years, but this is a different way. We're actually now requiring any new people to our network, whether they're experienced or not, they must now subscribe to ASTA and have an annual membership ongoing. So we're able to offer a discount with that. But the reason that we want that is that we want people who are serious about their commitment to their business. They're serious about their commitment to learning the industry. And ASTA just does such a wonderful job of not just supporting tourism in general, that includes consumers, but making sure that they keep the information relevant and reliable. So we want people to get involved with that as quickly as possible.
I think that's a great one. ASTA is great, and to have your community involved with that is wonderful to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about new travel advisors. What is a tip you would give a new travel advisor entering this business?
So I talked to a lot of people that aren't really sure. They seem a little bit scattered because there's just so much to know coming in. And we get that. I've certainly been there. I'm sure everybody else has as well. If there's one thing I could, let people know is that, in the very beginning, when it's hard to focus because there's just so much advice coming at you, you really should narrow your time and your efforts on really truly learning the craft, because it doesn't matter how beautiful your Instagram feed is or how beautiful your website is. If you're not ready to sell travel when the customers show up, it's not going to make a bit of difference. So really take the time in the beginning to educate yourself, surround yourself with the people that are doing what it is you want to do, and then the rest of it will come in time.
That's great advice. I don't think a lot of people kind of take that step back. So I think that's great advice for them to kind of get grounded first and then do all the extra stuff. Wonderful. So we at HAR always like to ask a silly, fun question. And it's usually the hardest question. So if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
I did think about this one because, spoiler alert, April sent me the questions ahead of time because I asked her for them. And I struggled with this one. This one was hard, but is this a snack? I was going to say charcuterie board because
I love it
on them. Excuse me, I got a little throat thing, but no, I would say a charcuterie board because, some of us are sweet, some of us are spicy, some of us are heavy, some of us are, lighthearted. It's one of those things where you've got this perfect symphony of elements, and we all just seem to work together no matter how different we are. And we do have a lot of diversity in our group, and that's one of the things that we really celebrate. So I would say a charcuterie board.
That's a great one because once it all comes together, it just works. So that's a great. And who doesn't love a good charcuterie board? I might have some cheese and crackers for lunch.
Salty, get some salty people in there.
Yep. That would be me, but I'd be the salty one.
Right.
April, it has been so wonderful having you here for Host Week and talking about everything Uniglobe Travel Center. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I always enjoy talking to you guys, and you're a big part of our success. So we enjoy working with you guys all the time. Thank you so much.
This is wonderful. So we will be back with more interviews and a lot of great stuff for Host Week. So we'll see you in a little bit. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
April, I'm so happy you found another April. I know what it feels like. I hope one day you find another April, like lots more Aprils for Host Week. So we are going to take a quick break, but we will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail for our Luminary Awards ceremony, where we recognize the best of the best host agencies. HAR's Luminary Awards are really the way we recognize hosts that have worked hard to support the hosted advisor community. And it ensures they also help us. They're a big part of ensuring that advisors visiting the site have a really positive experience and can get to know the hosts we list. So they're very engaged with the site. And I am not joking when I say you do not want to miss the Luminary Awards. The HAR team may have had a little bit too much fun with it. So we will see you in a few. Welcome back. The Luminary Awards are our best of the best host agencies of the year. They are the engaged hosts who are engaged and responsive with HAR readers. And there are 5 total awards possible, and we'll be breaking down each one. And then the final award, our 5th one, is our Galaxy Award. And those are for host agencies that have received all 4 of the other Luminary Awards. So the last thing to mention before we break into our annual tradition of the HAR team answering the snack food question, we don't just make everybody else answer it, is that the Luminary Award badges are on the profiles of the hosts that have earned them. But this week, we added an easier way for you to find them than having to go to everybody's profile. So all you have to do is simply go to the host agency list, click on the more filters, and under there, you'll find a filter that shows only hosts who have won a Luminary Award and that they have under their belt for the current year. So this is the first time we're all on screen together. Hello, April. Hello, Mary.
Hello.
So good to see you. So
Right?
April, I think it's only fitting that you ask us the question.
This is it. It's the big question I've been asking everyone. So here we go, ladies.
Game
If
on.
HAR was a snack food, what would it be and why?
A lot of
Mary.
R&D into this question. It's a collaborative answer. And so what we came up with is an ice cream cookie sandwich, because ice cream, and there's going to be extra, trust me. But the ice cream, good in its own right, is really filling and delicious. And even though you feel full, there's always room for more.
Mm-hmm.
Cookies obviously help be the vessel of the ice cream, because the cone is too traditional. You need the cookies, 2 cookies. And so you can walk away with that to make it perfect. And then we're going to roll the outside of the ice cream in Pop Rocks, because we need that element of surprise. But it's also an ice cream sandwich. It's a little bit customizable. It's over the top. It's delicious. It's kind of what you want it to be. Yeah, it's like a meal.
We're never over the top, Mary. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm throwing in that champagne too that people have been mentioning.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to do the charcuterie board too with that?
You pair the ice cream cookie with the correct champagne.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this makes total sense that we've kind of made. I've never seen a cookie sandwich with Pop Rocks on it that we've made our own recipe here, because that's very hard. We kind of do things our own way. As you'll see shortly, I mean, people are probably like, why do you have a space theme here? And the answer is why not? Why not? So let's break into our Luminary Awards. So again, there's 4 awards host agencies can win. And then the 5th award, the Galaxy Award, means they swept all 4 of the awards they can win. So again, these are about engagement with the site and making sure that they're keeping their profiles updated, that they're answering back to things, because the site is such a great resource for new advisors. It's important that we have our host agency and our consortia partners understanding the role that HAR plays in the industry and keeping their profiles updated and continually getting reviews. So our first award is our Nebula Award. Now, we're taking this description straight from our website, so I'm going to read it very dramatically. What is that faraway cloud of light brightening in the distance? This is Mary's writing. What is the faraway cloud of light brightening in the distance? They are the best host agencies of all sizes that have accumulated the most reviews. We like to keep things fresh on the site, and that includes reviews, and so do our Nebula winners. So if you see that beauteous badge for the Nebula Award on the profile, it means they won a Nebula Award in the last year. So let's see who won it. Roll the tape, Juan.
Hey everyone, that was awesome. Congratulations to the winner. Let's talk about the Constellation Award. Sure, stars are bright and fun when they fly solo, but there's a lot more interesting to look at when they gather in groups and hang out in the sky as shapes like horses, dogs, or even mythical Greek hunters with fancy belts and bows and arrows. The hard
Sorry, just going on the road.
You can jump in if it has to do with your dog. Don't worry about it. The Heart Constellation Award is for the host agency engaging on their profile. They answer your questions, they respond to your reviews, and they want you to be as informed as possible. How do you know if they're a Constellation Award winner? They have this badge on their profile. Roll the tape, Juan. Ooh, I like saying that. Congratulations, Constellation Award winners. Next up, we have the Supernova Award. Sometimes the star gets so big and so bright that it's about to explode. That sums up our Supernova Awards. Its criteria recognizes the best host agencies in 2022 that have a 4.0
except for April, it's 2023.
I saw the information from 2022.
Oh, got you. I was like, no, it's 2023. I've been getting confused too.
It is 2023, but we pull everything from 2022. So I guess we could say either way. We'll go with that.
We defy time.
Thank you, Mary. I love
in
that.
our space quantum realm that we're in. But they have a 4.0 or higher average star rating and have received at least one new review the previous year, which would be 2022. The badge the badge that you'll see shows our Supernova Award winners. And I get to say it again. Roll it, Juan.
Congratulations, Supernova Award winners.
Yay!
Yay! The pictures are so cute.
I know.
So the fourth award I get to present is the Data Scientist Award, it's called. And if you're newer to host agency reviews, you may not know that every year we launch a travel advisor survey. And it's, speaking of over the top ice cream cookie, it's like a really meaty survey that gets lots of information. And Stephanie's been dropping little lines about it. It's 59 pages. It's big. Like
it's everyone wants to read it before bed, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's great. But, we can't generate participation all by ourselves, believe it or not. And our host and franchise and consortia partners all over the industry have been instrumental in making the survey as big as it is and the report as meaty as it is now. So the Data Scientist Award is for host agencies and companies that can really garner that participation in the survey. So, and it's the hardest award to win. So just in my opinion, besides
There aren't a lot of people that win it every year.
Well, and Mary,
no, it's a tough one.
Mary heads up the reports, I should say. So she is like particularly, this is her award. She's like, I love these hosts. They're the best things in the world. Mary, do you want to do the honors?
I do. Please, Juan, roll the tape.
Congratulations, Data Scientist Slideshow. So just like Pop Rocks, you think we're done popping, but we're not.
Always
That's
more.
why we added that to our snack. The heart team needs to jump off the camera for a few seconds to prepare for our Galaxy Award. Please stand by and be ready to be amazed.
Hello, everybody. Steph Lee here, calling in from space. I can't fit my headphones inside my astronaut helmet, and I'm told that this is dangerous what I'm doing, but we're just going to go for it.
I feel like Mary's is wider.
Space is dangerous, Stephanie.
Well, I actually want to do a little explanation because some of you are probably wondering what happened with Mary, and we are wondering the exact same thing because we all got these helmets delivered to us, and then we got the helmets delivered, and then Mary's I sent to her in a box, and then she didn't tell me it was bright orange, and so we went to go like talk about it on Wednesday and what we were going to do, and Mary was like, do you guys have this like hers speaks and says like mission control or something? And she is like, we have to pull up our own helmets, the visors, and Mary's is like this auto pop one. She also could rob a bank with it. No one would know who it was. April and I we'd be discovered since ours is just a light blue tint. So for our Galaxy Award, this is a Galaxy Award for hosts. I should have come up with a better solution here. This is for hosts who have gone the extra mile and received an award in every category that we have talked about today. So we are so excited about the Galaxy Award that, well, number one, obviously we dressed up and for it. And I don't know if you can fully appreciate my outfit because it's a full length after. And got the US and we've got NASA and the ESA. So very exciting stuff here. This one is a hard one for any of the companies on our site to get because they have to get all 4 of them. But if you see that Galaxy badge on their profile, you know that they mean business. So let's go ahead and see who won this year. So congratulations to all our Galaxy Award winners. Yay! And you'll also notice there were some really good macarons in there that were Galaxy. They were styled like a Galaxy, which Mary found online. You can find everything online. And we have heard that they were delicious, although we did not get to sample them ourselves. So congratulations to our Galaxy Award winners. Ladies, I'm going to wrap things up here. If you want to go back in the comments, I'm sure there's people very excited and wondering where they can buy these helmets. Do not buy from the supplier I did, because clearly they send orange helmets when you order matching pairs. So just a warning to everybody.
Not giving it up. See ya, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Well, thank you to Stuart. I have to, the intro song where we came in, where it's the final countdown. It's actually a guy named Stuart that went viral. I don't know if you've ever seen his Kazookalele video. We're going to put a link in the comments because I emailed him and I was like, there's no way he's answering back. But I was like, can we use like 30 seconds of your music? This is what we're planning to do. And he was like, sure, just put a link in the comments. So thank you to Stuart for your awesomely awesome. Once you watch it, you'll understand it's terribly awesome Kazookalele video. And just one more thing, the host agency filters. Remember, there is a new one that you can click on for Luminary Awards, and it will filter down to all of the host agencies that have won Luminary Awards. And then we are also going to put a link into the comments for our Luminary article, which lists all the winners and gives more information on the different criteria that we use to select our Luminary Awards winners. So what did you all think? Not your average award ceremony, right? Big hearty congratulations to our winners again. And if you're watching this and you're thinking my host is awesome, they should really receive a Luminary Award. Why didn't they? We are totally on board with you, and they definitely can. So this contest is available to all hosts on our site. And we're going to put, again, the link in the comments to more details on what the criteria is when we're giving out our Luminary Awards, because it's very objective. It's not a subjective thing that we're looking into. There's certain points that they need to meet, and it's possible for every agency to do it, regardless of their size, because we have different criteria based on the size of the agencies. So I'm going to I have to take that off because number one, it's hard to talk into, but we do have coming up next that we're going to bring in just a second is the members from PATH. And I don't want them to see me like this because they're going to be like, why is she wearing an astronaut helmet? And we didn't tell them about any of this. So let's go. All right. So let's see if, oh, hello, Orion. Let's go. We're going to go ahead and bring in the PATH team, and Orion and I will be asking them some questions. Hello, PATH team. How are you?
Hello, Steph and Orion.
Hi, Steph.
Hello. So tell me, what did you guys think about, what did you think? Was that a surprise with the Luminary Awards? Were you like, what is happening? She did not tell us we needed to dress up in spacesuits.
Exactly.
Yeah, my spacesuit is still
very nice.
Unfortunately.
They're actually not as great as you'd think to record in, like your chin rubs up against it. And so if you're talking a lot, it's not very comfortable.
Pretty clever though. That's very cool. Very cool.
You know, we always do things a little bit differently. I'm so
We
glad.
always feel like we're a little bit in space over here anyway. So
I
that's
am
great.
disappointed that the dog wasn't dressed up as an astronaut, though.
You know, this is the first time he has come on screen. He does this every day, all the time. And this is what you decide to come up for. He's like, I love the Luminary Awards. So this is Orion, everybody.
Hi, Orion.
Well, let's see. So I'm going to start off by saying PATH is the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. It's an important, it's a host to host kind of association, but it's also important for ICs to be aware of because there's some, I don't want to say perks, but there's some things that come along with a host that belongs to PATH. So I'm going to ask each of you questions. So first of all, we have Anita Paglioso with KHM Travel Group. So Anita can say hi. And Skip is with Avoya Travel Network. And then Jackie is with Nexion Travel Group. You've seen her a couple times this week. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Yes. So Anita, let's start with you. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what PATH is and why it's so important for ICs to know what it is. What does it do?
I'm excited to let everybody know about PATH, the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. This was started, and I've been around with them almost over 14 years now. And it was started kind of when the host agency model was really, really growing. And so there was a real need for, we felt that host agencies needed to have a great reputation, and there needed to be a place like a gold standard for independent contractors, advisors to really go to and look for a reputable, a great supportive host agency. And all of the members that we have, which are they are the best, right? Skip and Jackie, the best of the brightest and the most successful host agencies out there. Before they become actual members, they go through quite an extensive application process. We want to make sure that if they're a PATH member, that they've been fully vetted, they've gone through some tests that we have, that they have a training program specifically for independent contractors. There's contracts in place. There's all the right tools needed to become a host agency and a successful one. And of course, that they pay commissions on a timely basis is very, very important.
The most important for sure.
Right.
So quickly, Anita, do you know how many members there are of PATH right now?
We have almost 30 now. We've been growing pretty steadily. I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider the number of independent contractors that represents into, I don't know, what would you guys think? Hundreds of thousands together with all the independent contractors under agreements with our host members.
Yeah, it represents a huge share of the independent contractor market. So thank you for sharing that, Anita. Jackie, so what are the advantages of choosing a PATH member as a host agency? Because one of the things, why don't you go tell us about what's one of the advantages?
So first of all, as Anita said, the PATH Board of Directors does vet agencies that apply to become part of PATH. Now, I do have to have a caveat here that one of the criteria that we look at is at least 2 years of hosting and at least 50 independent contractors. So the reason why I wanted to put that caveat in place is there are a lot of great boutique host agencies that may be smaller. What I'm about to say does not mean that they're not a good choice for some people. And I want to make sure that people don't think that they were not accepted because they just didn't have the criteria to apply. But, the advantages are that we want to make sure that you can make an informed choice. So obviously, host agency reviews is a great resource for you to look at what's out there. You also want to look at the website PATH for Hosts. So the word PATH, the number 4, and then hosts, HOSTS.com, which is the PATH website that will list all the members. Just as, a vetted list of host agencies that meet those criteria that you might want to consider. So you can feel confident that hosting is their primary responsibility, that they are going to support you, that they are going to give you tools and resources and training, but also that these agencies, just like you do, we collaborate, we share ideas, we learn from each other, and collectively we have made the host agency industry better than ever. And the suppliers who work with us, who want to adjust their support models and do everything they can to help hosted advisors grow. The conversations that PATH has every year at our symposium, which I think Skip is going to talk a little more about, really have gone a huge, made tremendous strides in terms of how you as a hosted advisor get access to support, to in-person events, recognition from local reps where it makes sense. All of these things that when we all started in hosting were not there. And now collectively we have driven the industry forward.
Exactly. The PATH Symposium is definitely a gem out there where all the host agencies get to meet. There's a lot of suppliers that come in, and there's a lot of sharing of info between host agencies, because one of the things I think that isn't, we've talked about it a little bit this week, but fraud is a big issue within the host agency community because they have so many people using their number. And for you as an IC, it's important to know that your host agency is protecting themselves and they're aware of the different fraud schemes that are out there. Because often what happens is the fraudster goes from one host agency to the other. They get caught and they go somewhere else. And so for you, in order to protect your commissions, because if there's a big fraud incident and for some reason it's big enough that it really hurts the host agency's finances, that can really affect you in the way your commissions are paid or how quickly your commissions are paid or if they're even paid. So that's another thing to consider. And then Skip, I know we have a lot of host agencies that are tuned in this week. Some may be members of PATH, some may not, but maybe you could speak a little bit about the benefits of a PATH membership for any hosts.
Sure. I think the biggest thing is collaboration. So even though, yes, we're all competitors, but we work together every day to share challenges and issues, that face travel advisors and agencies and vendors throughout the year. And we work on solutions and suggestions for each other, and especially for our vendor partners. So the opportunity to be able to share, I can pick up the phone and call a PATH member and say, hey, we're facing this challenge with this vendor, or we're facing this challenge in the industry. How are you guys handling it? So we're not here to compete against each other. We're not here to take members from each other. We're here to support each other and provide tremendous resource. We've learned so much, and especially at our symposium every year. Anita has done an amazing job over the years to build up the symposium that we have in conjunction with the ASTA Global Conference. And vendors are knocking our door down because they want to be part of this amazing experience where they can sit with host agencies and find out, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What can we do better to help our travel advisors in the industry sell more of our products? So there's just so many advantages.
That's perfect. Thank you. So really appreciate you all taking the time out of your busy schedules today to help us out and help us learn, both as independent contractors or as host agencies, the advantages of belonging to PATH or having a host agency that's a member of PATH. And just a reminder again, if a host agency you're considering has less than 50 members, they are not even able to apply for PATH. So that's something to be aware of, or if they're newer, if they've had less than 2 years of experience. So thank you again for coming on. Really appreciate it. And we will see you at PATH's next symposium, I think.
San Juan, Puerto Rico.
San Juan, Puerto Rico. So excited.
Thanks, Steph. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. It is, by the way, this is still going in the background, and I just really like this Command Central. I've only been able to use it. I've only had a reason to use it about 4 times in my life. So I was thrilled I was able to use it today. So it is EDUSPOT time, and we have 4 more amazing educational sessions left in Host Week, and we are about to jump into them. So what do we have in store for you this beautiful, beautiful Friday afternoon? Well, we have Mitch Creighton, who's doing the story of travel. And then Tammy Santini is going to do a presentation on how to weed out tire kickers, charge. And for those that aren't familiar, tire kickers are the people that are like kind of testing you out and having you do a lot of work and then never book with you. How to weed out tire kickers, charge higher fees, and get hired by couples who value your service. And then Roseanne Coyle is going to talk about unraveling the mysteries of travel insurance. And I know that does not sound exciting. Just, you know, travel insurance isn't a sexy thing to talk about, but know that Roseanne comes from the insurance industry and also has lots of experience in the travel industry with her own agency. So she has a very unique angle on what travel insurance is, how to think about it on the agency side of things. And then lastly, we have Christine Hardenberger, who's doing 5 easy steps to building a marketing plan. So our first session today is sponsored by Outside Agents, who we interviewed yesterday. So I'll put a link to their session in the comments for you. And I want to start digging into this EDUSPOT ASAP. So I'm going to pass it over to Chad Burt from Outside Agents, who will be giving the intro to our very first session. Chad, the mic is all yours.
Stephanie, I love to watch you work, man. I'm so glad to be here. I just thrilled to death, especially having the opportunity to introduce Mitch Creighton. Mitch doesn't know this, but I've been a fan of his for some time. The Worldwide Travel Cast, I think, is piece he does with stories of travelers and stuff like that. I can listen to that man read the phone book, for crying out loud, but the content of what he does is remarkable. And I was chatting with him before the show. I just got to tell you this real quick. Come to find out, he had signed up with Outside Agents. I think I started to look it up. I think he was number 126, if I've got the right. But I guess our program wasn't ideal for him, and he wanted to go start his own. But that was totally full circle for me.
That's cool.
And one of the things I like most about him is he's so relatable. Right. And we've been talking a lot lately about, you know, being fundamentally human. And I just wanted to real quick tell you guys a little bit about the company, where we come from, and our focus on nurturing the humans that we work with. So we've been doing this since 1992. My business partner, my cousin, my best friend, Steve Maraka, and I, we've spent more time conscious together than either of us have with our wives. Think about that for a second. So we're tight. We're a family-run company. And since day one, we've been committed to doing the best we can. What we found is that over time, if you keep on doing the best you can, learn from your mistakes and moving forward, you get to be pretty good at it. Apparently, we did some things right because we're coming up on 7,600 agents as of today. I signed up our first agent, Bob Aiva, Leslie Beach. I signed up, and I think I spoke to Mitch way back in the day. So a little bit about Outside Agents real quick. Like I say, long time in business. We're known as one of the top dogs of the industry. We're number 19 on Travel Weekly's list of top agencies in America. So that's, you know, pretty cool. That having been said, my extension is 210, Steve's is 312. We're your business partner. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's about people. I liken a business partner to a spouse. If I couldn't get hold of my spouse when I needed to, that'd become an issue over time. So we always make sure that you have the best of the best in terms of our crew available for you, right? And sometimes you need to talk to your business partner. That's what we're here for. Now, kind of leading with that very human element of the company, I just wanted to expand on the importance of humanity to us, the feelings that we have when we're working. Folks, who is signing up or who is trying to become a travel agent because they need $1? I bet you about none of you. Okay, you might want $1, but what you really want are the feelings that the dollar gives you: safety, security, opportunity, etc. Right? It's our emotions that guide the way that we begin to think. And so from that perspective, we've developed some of the most awarded training in the industry today with a learning management system comprised of over 1,000 hours of on-demand training. Live on-site trainings. Folks, we went out and bought a 12,000 square foot building for training. And every single month we host anywhere from 30 to 50 agents that come in from around the United States and work with them individually, one-on-one, and collaboratively is the key. What we learned from that collaborative experience is that talking matters. Okay, it doesn't always have to be a neat, clean bullet point outline. Your English teacher wasn't right 100% of the time. Okay, there's times when you just have to talk and get into it and hang a left and hang a right and so on. So in our live events, we have lots of instruction, no doubt about it, but we have free time too. So our agents can go and work with each other. And so as we kind of expanded on that, we realized that we needed to get more human elements in there. So we developed a thing called the Pro Series. It's another element of our training, and that's where I invite cool people in dirty boots. That's the slogan, cool people, dirty boots. Come in and talk shop, not just about what they're known to be specialists at or known for, but other things as well, so we can see the manner in which they think. What does an executive think like? What does a successful marketer think like? What does a successful travel agent think like? So that we teach you not what to think, but rather how to think. The idea is this: you can have two experts on a topic in a single question, right? Both experts can be absolutely correct in their solution. How's that possible? There's overlaps, folks. Think about your favorite Venn diagram. And so recently, we developed a new program called the Prosper Circle, which is basically presentational education that's followed up with small Facebook group collaboration, bringing 30, 50 to 100 agents together to become greater than the sum of their parts. Okay, we find that inspiration matters, collaboration matters, and being fundamentally human matters. So everything we do here at OutsideAgents.com is about you, your humanity, and trying to make it just a little bit better. Thanks. Do I need to keep going?
No, Chad, you are good to go. Thank you so much. We're gonna pass it over to Mitch Creighton, who you've heard a little bit about, and he is going to give us his EDUSPOT on the story of travel. So welcome on board, Mitch. And I'm sorry, I saw your comment about having to compete with our fake space astronaut suits, and I apologize. But yours looks beautiful. You're going for the more tropical theme, I see. Oh, hold on, Mitch, we can't hear you. So we're going to need you to fix your space.
Props and all of those accoutrements are lovely. But what I'm hoping to inspire everybody today is that your words and the way that you make your stories count are going to count for a lot more than window dressing.
So true. Well, I'm excited to hear about it. We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so very, very much. Willkommen. Bienvenidos. Sawabono. Hos Yeldin. Withage. Salamat Datang, Dobro Pajalovich, and Aloha. Look at the shirt. And then there's welcome. I'm glad that you're all here today and at the end of an incredible host week filled with marvelous insights, great people in an industry that we all love. I have a passion for helping people get the vacation they want and deserve. Emphasize passion, because if I just go about it la da 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 da, it's not contagious. So let me share with you, as a kid, how did I dream about travel? Well, back even in elementary school, I had a friend of mine. Every year he'd come back from summer and tell me about the story of where they went. Sometimes it was as simple as, oh, we went up to Oregon and the drive up was beautiful and we saw beautiful lakes and all these things. And I'm drooling because I've never had that experience. And then he would tell me, oh, I just came back from Rome, the history, the sights, the food. I had never gone. And since my elementary school days, I have grown passionate about the world of travel. And no matter where we are in our lives right now, you hear people complaining, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Really, go outside your bubble, travel, and see how people are happy where they are with what they have. Experience new food, experience new music, Experience new dance. It will lighten you up. Now, one of the things we're all challenged with is a great preponderance of suppliers all offering travel. And I've taken probably every certification course you can imagine from cruise lines, tour operators, hotel companies, and almost 100% of the time, they want to tell me about their statistics. We're the largest. We have so many locations. We have rooms that are 170 square feet. We have food cooked by a chef. I'm sorry, did that get me excited about going to visit your resort, your cruise ship? Nope. And we do want to know these things, but honestly and truly, that isn't going to build a memory. And the other thing that everybody always asks of, well, how much is it? That is not part of the story. I can tell you clearly that if everybody leads with money, and we're all tempted to do that, you're building disappointment, because nobody remembers how much they paid for a holiday. And if they do, they're traveling for the wrong reason. So you don't look at anybody's scrapbook and see receipts. You see pictures and they explain what happened in that picture, and that just brings back gushing memories of what they were experiencing at the time. And isn't that the truth? When you had your first trip, I want you to think back for a little bit. Can you remember the first trip you took? Can you remember the stories that you told other people about the joy and the wonder of how you came back from this trip and it changed you? Wait, was that 10, 15, 20 years ago? Think about how much that was imprinted in your life. Now, we're all travel advisors, suppliers, all of these things that are trying to get people to spend their money with us. But that's not the reason that we want to be in business. And just like Chad said on the introduction, it's not because I want to make a dollar, it's I want to earn the dollar. I want to provide you something you can't get anywhere else. Now, we have social media, and we always complain that when people are looking for a trip, they've got the Google. But the Google is not a human being. The Google will only tell you black and white. It's this, it's this, it's this. And go search anything on Google and you'll see 1.5 to 5 million responses. Who's got the time to go through all of that stuff? We are earning the right to be trusted advisors. And how do we do that? We do it through our personal experience, through our personal integrity. We do it through the experience of the travelers who've come through us. That is what inspires. I can also tell you that when you have people that are relying on social networks, they are very pigeonholed. I'll give you an example. I've been to Alaska 5 times on Princess Cruises. And then one time, I got to travel on Uncruise on a ship that holds 75 people, but it was only 37 at the time I was taking this cruise. And here's the kicker. I had been to Juneau, I had been to Ketchikan, all of these wonderful places. Both ships went there. We were coming around an island and we were about ready to head into Juneau, and we're watching all the big cruise ships just come sailing in, and the captain gets on the PA and says, you might want to look in front, to the side, and to the back. We have a couple of 100 whales that are spouting, that are breaching, and that are bubble feeding. We were amazed. And it was the last dinner on the ship, and they were serving king crab legs. No one wanted to go down and have dinner. The captain finally said, this chef is providing you the best all-you-can-eat king crab legs. Please come down. I promise you we aren't going to leave. And he didn't. We spent a total of 5.5 hours watching these whales breach and feed and put on an incredible display. I will never forget that memory. But what I do notice also while I was on board that ship, all the ships just sailing straight into Juneau, no interest at all in what was happening all around them. My experience was untouchable in that case by all the other larger vessels that were there. Now, you see, that kind of storytelling is what we have to do to keep our clients interested not only in travel, but traveling with our experience. Consumers are exhausted by the daily tsunami of information. I'm exhausted by the hundreds of emails I get from my suppliers offering me a deal of the day. Hey, nobody's got cheaper, better, anything like that, and constantly saying, but I can get it for you cheaper. It's not true. What you get cheaper are the things people don't want to pay good money for, but they still have access. Any Four Seasons hotel has got to have a room near the trash cans, by an elevator, or by an ice machine. But I don't come to the Four Seasons hotel expecting to have that kind of distraction. So when somebody tells you, oh, well, you know, I got this Apple Watch and I only paid $12 for it, something's not right. The story is only half the case. You know, many people go to Las Vegas and, oh, I won $500. They don't tell you how much they lost. And that's the key. We've just got to be perpetual storytellers. Now, there's really very few boundaries between personal and professional lives. And the only way that we can impose our strength and our passion is to get inside their minds, their hearts, and their wallets by fierce storytelling, even egged on by a sluggish economy. The brand relationship is a two-way contract. Customers want to hear all the details, and they want us to be authentic, but they also want a full story, and in return, they'll agree to engage and act with us. Our marketplace has shifted. We can find stuff, speeds and feeds everywhere. What we can't find are great, reliable relationships. Just today, somebody called and said to me, you know, we were going to go book this online. I've looked at the Seabourn site and I've looked at this site, but we wanted somebody to be our coach and our guide and our advocate. I didn't have to tell them that. But can you imagine if they didn't think that I was a coach, a guide, or an advocate? I would just be somebody else quoting statistics. I don't stand out. So there's 7 powers to storytelling, and it'll help accelerate your brand growth, and it'll help spread ideas. You have to motivate people to pay attention. And ultimately, our storytelling inspires people to act. We have to bring the data to life. We have to make it relevant into their lives. Why is it important to have a balcony when the inside stateroom is so much less? If you can't make that a compelling story, it's going to be hard to upgrade them to the presidential suite. We have to make information memorable, repeatable, and easy to spread. Do you have an elevator presentation that is easy to remember and is easy to spread and somebody to share? Oh, I know this guy, I know this woman, she's a travel agent. Or this guy, Mitch, when you see him, he will just get you so excited about travel. His passion is tangible. That's what you need to strive for yourself, because stories are memorable, repeatable, and easy to spread. And we want to gather and unite our own unique community. I mean, after all, getting the business one time is the most expensive. But when that community comes back and says, you know, that trip you gave me of a lifetime, I want 1 or 2 more. Now we have a business. So according to a cognitive scientist by the name of Roger Schenck, he says humans are not ideally set up to understand logic. They are ideally set up to understand stories. once upon a time, in a land far, far away, they all lived happily ever after. And you know, most fairy tales, most tall tales, most stories, lore, they all have a beginning and a middle and an end just like that. And you remember them. Now, I can tell you there's been a million television shows, and if you're of my vintage and I say to you, come and let me tell you about the story about a man named Jed, poor mountain man, barely kept his family fed. That's a story in music, right? Well, sit right down and I'll tell a tale of a fateful trip. You know about that fateful trip from Gilligan's Island. Stories evoke emotion, they draw you in. And the words in your story are important to visualize. So I tell people this. I could tell you that your bus is going to be brown with red stripes, and it is going to have interior that is black leather, and you're going to feel wonderful. Or I can say, you went on this coach, and inside was the most comfortable upholstery. In your head, you have to figure out what color the bus was. You have to figure out what comfortable was. I'm painting some canvas for you to paint in the details your way. And that's a magic of storytelling. Storytelling has to be memorable. And the listener must have that emotional connection to the main character, quest, or storyline. I'm a main character. My client is a main character. What's the quest? I want to go on a vacation of a lifetime. And what's the storyline? What does this quest mean to you? And that gets into the deep emotional connection about what we do when we arrange for travel. In short, people act when they feel something. Studies show us that stories are 22 times more memorable than just facts. Neurologists even think that they serve as memory's fundamental building blocks because the brain loves novelty, fun, involvement, visuals, and an emotional jolt. Stories engage the mind, the heart, your physical being, your human spirit. They really address your personal preferences and motivate your brain to pay attention. And when it does that, we remember what we feel like and we visualize a result. A story without emotion? Not very interesting and certainly not very relatable. So we have to avoid this jungle of jargon, data, and options. Remember, our brains are not absorbed to hold tight large amounts of stuff. So to persuade our audiences to get on board, the answer is don't avoid the data, just learn how to use the data through visualization. So instead of a cabin or a room having 132 square feet, imagine as you walk into your room, it's perfectly air conditioned and you lay back on this plush, comfy bed, and off to your right, you see a window that's been opened up and you have this magnificent view. See, without all that stuff, it wouldn't matter if it was 142 or 190 or 300 square feet. It's just four walls. We have to make this stuff come to life. Every product or service has a list of things that it has to offer to be viable and be competitive. We have to have a list of things that we offer to be viable and competitive. These are table stakes, and they're important to qualify as a supplier or a contender in the mind of your travelers. But they don't spark emotion needed to explain why people fall in love with a brand. I always use this comparison about IBM, Microsoft, and Apple. Apple is not cheaper. Apple doesn't do all the things that a Microsoft, IBM computer can do, especially in the early days. And yet, the love for the brand of Apple was so strong that it became the wealthiest company, the wealthiest stock value in billions, just because that brand engaged the people, emotionally connected the people, and loyally wanted them to stick with that product. Now, I know some of our suppliers love to do this, but when I first got in the business, I can tell you I went to a trade show, and because I was the newer person in the block, I had to go visit with 12 Hyatt Regencies that were all there. Now, can you imagine Hyatt Regency, luxury hotel? You know what every single one of them did? They showed me their entrance. They showed me their kitchen. They showed me all their room categories. They showed me their pool. They showed me their gym. But not one of them said why your people will want to stay here and tell people what they did when they were here. And there's only so many rooms you can see. This is the same thing for cruise lines. There's only so many cabins you can see. That's not why I travel. I want to come back and tell stories. So here's a thought. There's this big, dust up of, are we travel advisors? Are we travel agents? Are we travel consultants? I'm going to give you something to think about. Why don't we start calling ourselves storytellers? And the stories we're going to tailor are going to be based on the interests and the desires and the dreams of our travelers. And the stories we are going to help them write are itineraries and events and tastes and sounds that they have not been able to get before, and that only you and I can provide. So I want us all to start thinking that we are storytellers. We design life experiences that last generations. I remember my grandparents telling me stories about how they came to the United States, and I still remember them. Stories are generational. I have this one story about a senior couple, and they wanted to go on a trip, and in getting to know them, they said, oh, well, we've got our grandkids, and one of them is graduating, and we want to do this, and we want to give them a car, and we want to go there. And I said, well, okay, think about this for a second. You're going to buy them a car, and they're going to love you for that until the car gets old, or maybe gets wrinkled, and then it's gone. I have another idea for that $15,000. And this is something that nothing can take away. Why don't you offer to take your grandkids on a trip? Because generally the only time they know you is over a holiday meal, a wedding, a funeral, something like that. They've probably never seen you have a genuinely good time. Let them get to know you. Let them get to bond with you. And oh, by the way, the experiences and the memories that will happen, they can't be bankrupt. They will be in their mind for the rest of their lives. And I shared that story with somebody, and this was a parent that had older children, and the father and the mother took the older children to the Caribbean. 2 weeks later, the father passed away. Now think about the impact of that. Think about that for just a second. The story of sharing those moments, the joyful times, the laughter, the experience, sharing new food, seeing them get up and dance goofy, all of those things in your heart. So you're going to say, I'm not a storyteller, and I'm not here to tell you how to tell a story. I don't want you to learn how to write a screenplay. I don't want you to think you have to go out and buy a best-selling book. But I do want you to think about how you and your story is the critical thing. Because without your unique input, without your unique position on the world, we talk about getting niches. Well, there's nothing more of a niche than you and your life story. So I will say this about our past First Lady, Michelle Obama. She said, and the word she used was malu. Your story is what you have, what you will always have, and it is something to own. Do not hide behind your story. Shout it from the mountain tops. It is why we watch a particular movie and we love particular characters and actors. It is why we travel to places, because the story is the allure. I mean, let's face it, the Eiffel Tower is a steel monument, but that's not why people want to go to the Eiffel Tower. It's the love, it's the romance, it's the view. It's, I have conquered the Eiffel Tower, especially if you've walked it up. I went to the Sistine Chapel, and for the very first time, I climbed to the top of the dome. And when you get to the top of the dome, there's a couple of things you realize, not the least of which is that you're completely out of breath. But you get up there and you see 360-degree view of Rome. And then on the side of the canopy of the dome itself, there are these candlesticks. You realize this was built before electricity. Somebody in a monk's outfit had to go rappel down the side of that particular building, put candles in there every night and light them. Wow, I bet you never thought about that. You always thought about just the Sistine Chapel. But that is an eye-opening experience. And then you realize, oh, Michelangelo, he designed the dome. But did you know, if you haven't done this, that it's two domes and there is a stairway on one side and a stairway on the other side inside the two domes, made out of stone. Now you think about the engineering of that and the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of feet that have gone up and down those stairs. You don't have to be religious to appreciate that. You have to admire that technology, that engineering, that art. Oh, and by the way, it's an incredibly beautiful building. Lots of wonderful things that will make your jaw drop. But that's what we have when we travel. We see things that blow us away. And one of the things that I do, and I bet you do too, when you come back home after a journey, if you don't kiss the ground, you certainly do appreciate what you have. And we want our travelers, when they come back, not only to share beautiful stories of what they've experienced, tasted, heard, smelled, but we want them to have an experience that said, I am in the greatest place. This country is so wonderful. I'm going to stop belly aching over trivia because I'm very proud of where I am, and having the contrast of being in all of the major nations and minor nations of the world, the emerging nations of the world, grows us as people. And if you haven't gone around the world, go, and it will just set off firecrackers in your storytelling. I always thought when I went to see Vietnam and Cambodia that it was going to be a lot of resentment about an American visiting Vietnam. That wasn't the case. It was the most joyful experience I had ever had and some of the best food I had ever had. So I'm just going to say this. In our world, let's make memories, not regrets. And Sulamat Jalan, Uhambe Ka, Gutris, Bien Viaje, Bon Viaggio, Shast Livogo Puti, and of course, Bon Voyage, Happy Trails, and smooth sailing. Once upon a time, it's now. In a land far, far away, it's wherever. We all want to live and have our travelers live happily ever after. Back to you, Stephanie.
Bravo, Mitch. That was beautiful. I loved it. And you got a lot of love in the comments. People are loving your storytelling. And I'll tell you what I liked about it best is people often, being a travel advisor is technically being in sales, but oftentimes sales can also be sometimes associated with being slimy. And there's nothing slimy about speaking authentically about your travel experiences and the way they change. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And thank you for telling us so many stories, Mitch. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Did anybody have any questions?
We didn't have any questions that came in, but if you want to drop a line into the comments, check them out because a lot of love for you in there.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, I see that.
Perfect.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us.
I am thrilled to have been invited. If you like this and you want some more, see if I can come to join you again next year. By the way, kudos to you and to everybody. This has been an incredible week-long extravaganza, and the stories that people are going to gather from this, I think, are going to be monumental. It's been my honor. Thank you, and happy trails. Bon voyage.
Thank you so much, Mitch. All right, our next speaker coming on is Tammy Santini, and she will be talking about how to weed out tire kickers, charge higher fees, and get hired by couples who value your service. So here's a little bit about Tammy. She is the founder of Paradise Getaways, an award-winning destination wedding agency. She is the creator of the 20K System and Toolkit, North America's premier destination wedding business building course, and the Destination Wedding Honeymoon Content Hero, a membership of done-for-you content exclusively for romance planners. Tammy has won many awards in the wedding and travel industry, including being named the #1 destination wedding agent in the U.S. for Playa Resorts, a classic vacation star performer, and a 3-time Chairman's Royal Club member, and a 7-time GIVC Diamond producer. So as a business coach, Tammy was recently named a top expert from 2021 for demonstrating a commitment to making an impact on her community. Tammy is now sharing her success secrets with others so they too can stay in overwater villas in Bora Bora, swim with sharks and stingrays, or hum the Jurassic Park's theme song while flying over majestic waterfalls in Hawaii. Because hey, why not? So welcome to the stage, Tammy. It is all yours.
Thanks so much, Steph. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here today. And like Mitch said, thanks for putting on such an amazing event. And I was talking to Rita. I hope that you guys do something fun this weekend. You need it.
I know. I'm actually doing a little bit of recording. Well, we've had a lot of fun during host week. So
well, good.
Thank you so much for coming on. Looking forward to what you have to say, Tammy.
Awesome. Well, per usual, I have tons of things to share, so I'm going to be talking a mile a minute. So let's dive in to how to weed out tire kickers, charge higher fees, and get hired by couples who value your service. Woo! And the crowd goes wild. So Steph already gave me an amazing introduction. Thank you so much for that. But a little something that you didn't know is that I am launching the Destination Wedding and Honeymoon Travel Academy. My wonderful husband will be in the chat answering your questions as the Destination Wedding, Honeymoon, and Travel Academy. But here's the scoop. And following Mitch, this fits perfectly because I'm going to share with you my story. And here's my story. So since 2008, I actually have been planning destination weddings and honeymoons. So I've done hundreds and hundreds of honeymoons, dozens of destination weddings. And it's been an amazing journey. And like she had mentioned, I'm a star performer for Classic. I went on this amazing award ceremony in Hawaii. As a result of that, it's been an awesome time. Multiple time GIVC, and also been named top 10 for Charisma Resorts and Chairman's Royal Club, and #1 selling agent for Playa Resorts one year, and super exciting. So great reviews. awesome clients I've been able to work with over the years. Yay, yay, yay. Pat on the back, all this. Let's get real for a second. Let's just talk the truth here. So actually, when my husband and I started our business, we were also newly married, blended family. So we came together, almost made the Brady Bunch with 5 daughters, and we lived in a cute 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. Yes, you heard me correctly. 1 bathroom, 7 people, 6 girls. My husband did not stand a chance at that bathroom. He was a school teacher, but also DJ'd weddings on the side to help us make ends meet every single month, right? So we started our business during a recession, kind of similar to what we're experiencing now in the industry, where we're all kind of coming out of this really hard time, and travel agencies were closing their doors. Our friends and family thought we were crazy. Like, why are you starting a travel business? Like, aren't they going out of business? Well, of course, we realized we've got to specialize. Once we got involved in the industry, we knew there was way too much for us to know and to learn. So we decided that we were going to dive into the wedding industry and make our mark in that niche. So I specifically focused on honeymoons at first. And of course, we did what you're supposed to do. You seek out the help of the experts, right? Like, how do we do a business? How do we market ourselves? How do we get leads, right? We did website after website after website. We affiliated with bridal shops, and we did all sorts of networking and associations, and we did the bridal shows, right? That was what you were supposed to do to get business. And I'm not going to say that it didn't work for us, but it was very tiring, very time consuming, and very expensive. And what we were finding is oftentimes we were attracting tire kickers. So that was very, very unfortunate. And it all came to a head when I felt like I was at this place where I was working super hard, but I wasn't having the ROI. So here's why I have this picture, this random picture of my daughters. So 2 of my daughters at the time were in competitive gymnastics. And in order for us to afford to pay for their gymnastics fees, we had to barter our time to clean the gym. So here I was doing what the experts said to do, investing in the marketing, investing in the websites, doing the bridal shows, everything that I was supposed to do. And I was working really hard, but I was still at a place where I couldn't afford my kids' talent. Something had to change. Like, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. It was very frustrating. And I wondered, is this business ever going to pan out? Is this business a profitable business? Do people really make money selling travel? I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? I cried out to God. I was like, God, what am I supposed to do? And he said, destination weddings. Now, I don't have time to go into how destination weddings changed my business and changed my life. I'm just going to tell you that it did. But destination weddings were the answer. But then the question was, how are we supposed to attract these couples? And not just destination wedding couples. I wanted to attract quality couples. So get your pen and paper out, because I'm going to share with you 5 steps that we took to weed out the tire kickers so that we ultimately doubled and tripled our revenue. Okay. I don't have time to go in depth into all 5 of these. I'm going to focus more on one of them, but I did want to make sure that you understood the 5 things that we did, because it's a process. It's like a building a business process, right? So first thing we had to do was we had to discover our ideal wedding couple. Yes, I'm going to talk to you in terms of destination weddings and weddings, but do not tune me out if that is not your niche, because everything that I'm sharing today can be translated into any travel niche. So you have to discover who your ideal wedding couple is, who your ideal client is. And then the next thing you do to weed out tire kickers is you craft a marketing message. In that marketing message, you want to clearly define who you help and how you help them. And the only way you're going to be able to define who you help and how you help them is to know who your ideal client is, right? And just in that alone, making that marketing message is going to help you to stand out, and it's going to help you repel the people who you don't want to work with. Can I get an amen? The next thing you want to do to weed out tire kickers is position yourself as the expert. as the authority, as a celebrity, right? And you do this with your content. How many of you have heard about content marketing, right? And getting a content strategy and creating content. Like I can go deep into this whole thing. But the whole point of this is that you want to understand who your ideal client is. You want to craft a message that speaks to them. And then you want to create content that is a solution to them. So the number one tip I can give you here is think about what your ideal client is Googling. What are they up at 2 a.m. Googling? And you want to create content that is the answer to the question they're asking Google. That's my number one piece of advice on how to create content that's going to set you apart as that celebrity, authority, and expert. And then the fourth thing we did was we designed a free offer. Yes, you want to create a lead magnet, and you do this to build your lead list, but you also do this to weed out the tire kicker. Why? Because you're creating that free report. You're creating that freebie for your ideal client. You're not creating it for every single person. You're creating it for your ideal client. This way, the people that opt in for that free offer are your ideal client. So you already know that you've weeded out the people that you don't want to work with, and you're attracting the people that you do want to work with. And all of that is leading down this beautiful little funnel to that final step to weed out the tire kickers. And that's to implement a consultation process as part of your business model. My goal today, in the few minutes that we have, is to show you how valuable and how important it is to put a consultation process in place in your business. So the first things we just talked about getting figuring out your ideal couple and doing the marketing message and the freebie, all of those things are designed to get your client to this place where they want to schedule a consultation. When they're at this place to schedule a consultation, you want everything you did before that to have that, to pre-sell them to hire you. You want them to be like 50% of the way to saying, I need to work with this person. Then they schedule the consultation, and boom, the next thing you need to do is master the art of that consultation so that you can effortlessly and naturally sell your services. Okay, this is going to help you to avoid those tire kickers. And it's also going to help you to close the sale in a non-sleazy, no pressure way. Can I get a hallelujah? Okay, none of us like to be like, it feels icky when you're like getting like pushed and some sleazy salesperson is kind of like aggressively coming at you. Like that makes you want to back away. That makes you want to run. We don't want to be those people. So the consultation is a big part of your ability to close the sale. It doesn't matter. Like you can have this great marketing plan and you can be killing it on TikTok and, have this awesome website and everything, but none of that matters if when that lead comes to you, you don't know how to close the deal and get them to hire you, because we've got to have a profit in our business. Otherwise, it's not a business, is it? So why is the consultation so important? Let's talk about that. So first thing, kind of talked about it a little bit. It's a non-sleazy way to sell yourself and your services. It sets the tone for your professional services. In other words, people are going to see you as a professional. Thus, they're going to treat you like a professional. It's a miracle. It's also an investment of time on their part. So this couple is going to be spending, let's say, 45 minutes with you talking. They don't want to start over and do that again with somebody else. So it's like an actually really good way to subliminally just have them work with you instead. And also gives them a plan. Plans give people peace. The reason why customers come to us for our professional services is because they're stuck. They are trying to figure out what to do. They're overwhelmed. They're frustrated. So when they talk with you, you can give them that plan, which gives them peace. And then it also positions you as the expert. And that is going to give you instant authority, whether you're brand new or seasoned. Okay. So there's 3 phases of the consultation process: the pre-consultation, the actual consultation, and the post-consultation. I'm going to be spending most of my time on the actual consultation today. We're going to be talking about the framework that you need to follow during that consultation so that you can significantly increase your close rate. I am not trying to brag when I say this, but literally I close my consultations at a 95% average. Okay. So I'm not coming to you just with some grand idea. This is just do this. No, like this is tried and true. Okay. So the successful consultation framework, the first thing you want to do is discover what your couple truly desires. Then you want to restate that vision back to them. And then you have your no pressure close. So I'm going to dive deep a little bit more into the steps involved in this framework. Okay. So do you have your pen and paper? If not, go get it, because I'm running fast and furious here. Okay. Step 1, develop rapport. So when it comes to like destination weddings and stuff, you can always talk some fun things, talk about the proposal. Oh my gosh, tell me about your proposal. And of course, asking them how they meet, but you want to have some standard rapport building questions depending on the type of consultation, you're doing, whether it's a honeymoon, anniversary, whatever, backpacking trip, whatever it is. You want to have a few rapport building questions, because you have to remember the consultation is not about you. The consultation is about them. Let me repeat that. The consultation is not about you. It's not about your services. It's not about what you can provide. The consultation is all about them. Asking questions gets your prospect to talk, right? Getting that prospect to talk about themselves, and you listening, truly listening with empathy, that is the secret to developing and building true rapport in a relationship. All right. So after you build that rapport, the second thing you want to do is discover their vision. You want to uncover their why, and you want to use this vision to direct the consultation. So for me, with destination weddings, my uncovering their why question is simply, why did you decide to do a destination wedding versus doing a traditional wedding? I want to know the reason, right? Because I want to be able to understand what is the driving force, so that I can keep reinforcing that throughout my consultation with them. And then we want to use that vision to direct the consultation, right? So in other words, if there's something that they emphasize, I want to spend more time on that specific thing because I know it matters to them. And that also, again, shows them that I'm really, truly listening to them. And then I want to use their vision to leverage my value and services. In other words, when I'm really listening and cluing in to what my clients want, what they're truly desiring, what their real reason to do things are, why they're doing this destination wedding, it helps me to be able to bring it all together and tie it in a bow at the end and showcase how I'm going to be able to take them by the hand and give them that vision that they're looking for. So there's always going to be logistical questions that you're going to ask during any consultation. And that's something that we don't have time to discuss right now. But before you dive into those logistical questions, there's a few magic questions that I'd like to share with you that you might want to give a try. Okay, so here's the question that you would ask during consultation. Imagine you could wave a magic wand. You're waving the magic wand. And it's your wedding day. If money were no object, what would that look like to both of you? So what does this question do? It removes the wall, right? They might have a wall up. They might not have connected with you yet. And this lets their guard down and allows them to be like, oh, this will be fun. And sometimes you have to prompt people, but let's just say your client answers this question like, oh man, if money were no object, we would be, having this, we would just rent out this entire island to ourselves and we would just have this baller experience and we'd be flying people in on a private jet. They can just go on and having a good old time, right? But what does that tell me when somebody wants that? It tells me that they want something exclusive and private, right? So I'm listening to what they're saying. But what you want to do then is you want to restate what they told you, and then you want to ask the following questions. So what about that is important to you? That's one of the questions that you follow up with. Let's say they did point out that they want to have this private exclusive experience. Like, what about that is important to you? You want them to elaborate a little bit more on that. The next question is, how would that make you feel if it happens? Like, hey, if I could help you have a private and exclusive destination wedding experience, like, how would that make you feel if we could make that happen? Right? So then all of a sudden it's not this pie in the sky, like money were no object thing. It's like coming back to like, oh my gosh, could she really do that? Right? And then what, if anything, has prevented you or held you back from getting your wedding planned? This is a game changer question for any consultation. Why are you, why would people need to consult with you, right? You need to come and find out the core reason of where they're stuck. What's holding them back? Where are they frustrating? Why are they not able to do this on their own, right? Why are they coming to you? Because you want to be able to take that information and showcase later how you're the one that's going to help them get unstuck. You're going to be able to use the words that they say in a way that shows that you're the answer to their solution. You're the solution. You're the answer to the problem that they're facing. So here's a quick bonus tip. Buying something is generally an emotional response. If you can get your prospect to connect with you on an emotional level, you don't have to do a lot of persuading. A lot of us don't feel like we're really good at selling, right? We feel kind of icky selling. So this is why the consultation is a way for you to sell your services in a really natural way, in a really helpful way, in a way in which you're actually serving people, not feeling like you're selling people. And getting people to connect with you emotionally is a key to that. So then the next thing is you want to restate that vision and struggle back to them. So you want to recap what you've heard because you want to be able to summarize it so that they understand you're listening to them. And this also emotionally connects them to you, because listening in and of itself shows that you care about them. Okay. Many times I've consulted with couples over the years, and they came to me after working with another travel professional who didn't listen to them. And they were just like, oh my gosh, you're listening to me. How much does it cost to work with you? That's literally all I needed to do was listen. I could have done nothing else. And then you want to use the vision to leverage your value. So again, you want to be able to really clue into what matters to them so that you can in some way show them that you are able to help them bring that to life. You're the one that's going to be the one that can connect the dots and make that happen for them. And then the next thing is the no pressure close. We all like this, right? Nobody wants to, people get really nervous and, oh my gosh, what do I say at the end? How do I do this? Like, oh, what's going to happen? Heart's beating, right? No, this is a no pressure close when you do this the right way. So a no pressure close is going to give this couple hope. In other words, you're going to say something like, oh my gosh, I totally understand what you're looking for. I really, truly believe there's some options out there that are going to be a good fit for you, blah, 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 blah. And then it also is going to showcase your expertise by giving them a plan. So essentially, when I'm done at the end of a consultation, I just let people know, okay, here's how this works. This is what we do first, and then we do this, and then we do this. They need to know the process. They need to see that I know the process. And then they also need to hear that the process sounds a little overwhelming to them. So I should probably just have her do it instead, right? This is what we do, but it still gives them peace, but when you are giving them the plan. So let me go through real quick some consultation tips that I have for you. First thing, lead the consultation. You want to be in charge. The moment that you lose control, you got to be back in charge and rein things back in. It's advised also to have both people or all parties who are involved in making the decision on whatever type of travel experience on this call, whether it's a Zoom meeting, whether it's a call, have them all there, because they're not going to be able to if there's just one person there, that person's not going to be able to reiterate the value that they believe you're going to be able to provide in being the solution and serving them and servicing them in terms of helping them with their trip. Do not talk about fees. Do I mention that I have a professional planning fee? Yes, I do, but I do not let them know how much it is. And then the other thing is, don't schedule calls on the weekends if you don't have to. I know that some people, you've got other 9-to-5 jobs and that's all you can do. And I totally understand that. But if at all possible, don't schedule calls on the weekend. What I've discovered, unfortunately, is that people don't show up if you do open up your calendar for a Saturday or whatever. Or you're setting the tone of your availability. And if you become available on a Saturday to talk with them or a Sunday to talk with them for a consultation, that means you're going to be available when they need you for whatever questions they might have on weekends in the future. So just a little quick tip there. And then don't give recommendations on the consultation. It's hard sometimes to avoid that question, but do not give recommendations. That is not the point of the consultation. But following this process, a couple will hire me and pay a $2,500 professional planning fee for me to do their destination wedding. And this isn't just working for me, it is working for the destination wedding professionals in my community, like Karen, who shared in our Facebook group that she still has 3 more destination wedding consultations set up. It's all because of the techniques I've learned about closing the sale, not giving away too much information in the consultation, and charging what I am worth. Since joining 20K, I've booked 15 weddings and 2 vow renewals. And then also Elisa, who's brand new, who booked her first discovery call for a destination wedding and honeymoon. And she couldn't express how, she was expressing how grateful she is. And it wouldn't have happened so soon without without my husband and myself. Lou is my husband. And then Danielle said she wanted to share that she got her first I normally use free agents client. Yay! And she said, I think one of the hardest parts for those of us who charge planning fees is explaining why we are worth it over the agents that don't, but it worked. I explained through Tammy and Lou's advice and teaching why we are 100% worth our fees and time. And the new client obviously did too and agreed to the fees. So if I can do it and Karen and Elisa and Danielle can do it, then you can do it too. So I want you to be able to know exactly what you need to implement in your business so that you can also set up a consultation process. And then we will be rolling into Q&A in just a few minutes. So you want to set up this process, and truly, in all honesty, being willing to do what others aren't willing to do in this travel industry is what you need to do to get your business up and off the ground and get your business to be up leveled from others, right? So the first thing you want to do is create a form on your website to pre-qualify your potential wedding client. So asking about 3 or 4 questions, making them required questions that you ask them so that before they even can schedule a call with you, they have to answer those. So you can, the second step is upon filling out that form, you connect them with your online calendar. So I use Time Trade for my online calendar. So I have a form on my website that they fill it out, they answer the questions, and then they're taken to my online calendar. But in Calendly, if you wanted to use that software, Calendly has it where you can have like questions that you can ask and make them required questions that they have to answer before they have access to book the call with you. So that's also a way that you can do that. So then the other thing you want to do is create an email that introduces you and gets them excited about the consultation. So you want people to get a taste of what it's like working with you, get a taste of your personality, right? And introduce yourself and just be like excited that you're going to be chatting with them about whatever, trip type that they're planning. And then the last thing you want to do is to create a list of services. This is going to be something that you will send to your client after you consult with them. And this is going to show your value and it's going to separate you from the competition. Okay, so what I do when I'm done with a call, I send my list of services. They're going to see all the things that I'm going to be doing on their behalf, should they decide to work with me. And then after they see all of that, that's where I have my professional planning fee. So let's go ahead and get ready for some Q&A. Go ahead and start putting those in the chat. And I did want to let you know that I do have a special offer. You can visit the Host Week bonus page for a special offer from me. And please definitely connect with me on social media. I would absolutely love to get to know you and help you in your business. But let's go ahead and see if we had any questions at all.
Perfect. We have time. I think we've got one question that came in, so we've got time for that. Let me just pull it up. All right. So this is from Lisa. Lisa is asking, can you give us some concrete examples of what you mean by create a free offer?
Yes. So that would be basically, you could create like a free guide. You can create a video, anything that is going to, is going to help your ideal client. So for me, my ideal client is somebody who is frustrated and overwhelmed because they're online and they just can't figure out where they want to go for their destination wedding or honeymoon because there's just information overload. Too many choices, right? So they're stuck, they're stagnant. So then I created a free report, and I may be a little off on the name, but it's something like four tips to uncover your ideal destination, wedding or honeymoon location without stress or overwhelm, something like that, right? Because I know that this is going to help them, because I know that they're stuck because they're on information overload and they're stressed out. So I want to give them something that's going to help them uncover where they should go for their honeymoon or destination wedding. And then I'm just sharing tips. I'm sharing legit helpful tips that would actually, they're not just fluff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's something they download and they have. And then from there, I'm just building a relationship with them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we don't have time for any more questions. We have to bring on our next guest, but Tammy, there are a few more in there. I know Lou is in the comments, but when you jump off, if you want to log in there too, and then you can, I know Ona Tours has a few questions. So hopefully you two can catch base in the comments.
All right. Awesome. Yay.
Great. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing all your information and knowledge.
Thank you.
All right. Well, our next EDUSPOT is Unraveling the Mysteries of Travel Insurance. And like I said earlier, I know travel insurance is not a sexy thing to talk about, but it is very important, especially with what's going on in the world ever since the pandemic and the civil unrest, and we've got the war in Ukraine. So there's a lot of different things that it's important for you to always be offering travel insurance to your clients. But it's also an area where it's like you're a travel advisor though, and so you're not the insurance expert. But we have found an insurance expert for you. So let me just read a little bit about Roseanne Coyle, who will be doing this presentation. So I have owned my own successful travel agency for over 11 years. Over 30 years ago, I attended travel agent school. However, I discovered that I was better compensated at the insurance company I worked for. I used my travel agent knowledge to facilitate travel for family and friends while maintaining my day job in insurance. I was in the insurance industry for over 20 years, where I achieved an uncommon blend of credentials. I was the head of liability claims department of 2 insurance companies. I was licensed to handle claims in all states except Connecticut, and I was licensed to sell insurance. Those 2 different licenses are usually not held together, which makes my knowledge and experience unique. It enables me to advise other travel advisors on understanding and explaining the intricacies and benefits of travel insurance to their clients. So come on board, Roseanne. And Roseanne, if you want to go ahead and share your slides whenever you're ready, we'll make sure to get those up.
Okay. How are you, Steph?
It is wonderful to meet you. You know, I've been reading it and I was like, she's got such valuable information. I can't wait to see this. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say and to have you do a brain dump for me.
Okay, well, let me jump right in because it's a lot of information.
Let's do it.
I'm going to go quickly. So I hope it's clear. It's clear and quick. Okay. As Steph said, I have spent over 20 years in the insurance industry, and I want to start off by giving you some really clear information about what you cannot do. You cannot say that you sell insurance. You must be licensed, probably in all states that I know of, to sell insurance. So you never say, oh, I'm going to sell this policy to Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You're going to facilitate their purchase of the policy. You're going to present the policy to them, but you don't sell insurance. Also, you don't answer actual questions about some event being covered or not covered. If you don't know that it's a clear, concise answer, something that's cut and dry, you always call the travel insurance company that you're dealing with, always. I still call them, even though I know how to read a policy. Just recently, I had someone question something that had to do with pregnancy. I knew the answer, but I called the travel insurance company, and this is why. I asked the question, I wrote down the person's name, I wrote down the time when I called them and their answer and the question. That way, if anything ever happened, it was clear that the information came from the insurance company. It didn't come from me, because we don't sell insurance and I don't work for the insurance company anymore. I'm a travel advisor. So I wanted to get those legal, the legal criteria out there right off the top. So, okay, travel insurance policy, what it is and what it isn't. Most of us have multiple policies that we deal with constantly, and our clients do too. We have homeowners policies, we have health insurance policies, car insurance, renters, all kinds of things. Those policies have a name. They're called all risk policies. And the reason they're called that is because they cover basically everything unless it is noted and it excluded. In other words, your health policy, you break a leg, it's covered. You have a baby, it's covered. You need a flu shot, it's covered. You need a test, it's covered. The only things that aren't covered health-wise will be listed in the policy as excluded. The other type of policy is called a named peril policy. And a peril is just another name for a hazard or a risk, or in our case, what is covered. And that's what a travel insurance is. It's a named peril policy. It is the polar opposite of an all risk policy. It names exactly what it covers, and if it's not named, it's not covered. That makes it a simple policy, but it also goes against the grain of what all of us are used to, and that sets up a mindset, both for the advisor and the client. And if you're not aware of the difference in insurance and you don't explain that and set the expectations and the understanding for your client, what happens is they purchase travel insurance. Oh, I have travel insurance. I'm going on a vacation. Oh, something happens. Next thing I know, my travel insurance company's not paying me. Not only are they not getting paid when they thought they would be, now they're really angry. And they're not just angry, they feel ripped off. And so it's really important and very basic to understand what the travel insurance policy is. It does have its limitations. It's only for unforeseen events. And you want to really key in and help keep those expectations for your client, on par. Okay. What happens when you have a resistant client? You give him the information and he has an expensive trip and you want to make sure, he knows that you should buy travel insurance. And he said, no, I don't want it. First thing you need to do is not treat it like you went to buy a dress and you saw a green one and you just thought, I don't like that. Don't just ignore it, because most of the times it's because of where they're coming from. If you can get into their mindset by having a conversation with them, or sometimes it's just something comes up and you know it beforehand when you're qualifying them, you can then present it in a way that makes it understandable. A lot of people, it's just a mindset that, you're trying to sell them something that they don't want. Other people, they don't want to spend any more money. They see the hundreds and thousands of dollars they just paid, and this just seems like, more of the same. To the majority of people, they just are naive about what they need. They have no idea what travel insurance is. They think it's just, a cover cancellation if my trip stops. They don't understand that they need health coverage. They don't understand that their health policy probably won't cover them. There's so much that goes into why they just say no, that if you just take the time to uncover and unravel a little bit and get into what their mindset is, you might break through with that. And bottom line, you start talking about insurance as a form of protection to the money that they're spending, you get their attention really quickly. So don't just give up and just don't go away. We're going to give you techniques that you're going to know how to better handle that client. Okay. Top 3 reasons clients don't purchase travel insurance. If you have not heard these 3, I guarantee you will. Guarantee you. First one, the greatest of all time excuses as to why they don't buy travel insurance. I travel all the time and nothing ever happens. This is the strangest reason and yet the most widely stated. It's strange because very few people actually live their life this way. The example I give you, if you have a child who's on a football team, there's no way you will send them out to that field without a football helmet. Even if they've never had any kind of injury, you're going to put that football helmet on and you're going to make sure it's snapped tight every single time. I have a home. I've never had fire, but I have a homeowner's policy. And as long as I have a home, I will have a homeowner's policy. Homeowner's policy is basically a fire policy. I hope to never, ever use it, but I will always have it. The point is, past history is not a proof of future events. And most of us live our life that way. We know that. But for some reason, when it comes to travel, clients just think that it's never happened before, so why would it happen again? So you have to explain that. Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it won't. And now it's even more. It's just so chaotic out there in the travel world that they really need it. Okay, I had insurance once and it didn't pay my claim. This one's a little hard to get over because, you know, once burnt, twice shy, right? But again, with some of the techniques you're going to learn, you're going to be able to break through that. 9 times out of 10, the reason that this happened to them is probably because they didn't actually buy an insurance policy. They probably bought a cancellation policy. It was probably one of those things at the end of purchasing their air or their resort. You know, it pops up a policy. I mean, I have purchased a policy years ago that was $19. How much coverage do you think I was getting for $19? So 9 times out of 10, the policy they had wasn't actually a really bona fide hardcore travel insurance. It probably covered 3 or 4 or 5 different things, and that's it. And so going forward, the things we're going to cover about how to compare policies will help you with that question. And the other most common one is, I have insurance on my credit card. You're definitely going to hear this from people that have an Amex card, because that is a benefit of their Amex card. However, every insurance that you get on a credit card will always stipulate that it's secondary to another policy. And it's very limited. And again, you're going to, as we go forward after this, you're going to learn how to, compare. And what you're going to have to do is just talk to that client. And usually if it's Amex client, they're probably purchasing a pretty nice travel plan. And they want to cover that. And if they're only getting minimum coverage on their credit card, they're going to understand that a traditional travel policy is going to be what they need. It's just a matter of pointing it out to them. Okay, on to how do we compare policies and make sure that you're protecting your client. Now, you don't need a spreadsheet for this. You don't need to read policies. You don't have to understand them, but you do have to understand that all policies are not the same. A travel insurance policy is not a travel insurance policy is not a travel insurance policy. They're like shirts and dresses. They're called shirts and dresses, but they're all different. So the first thing you do, and all you need is a piece of paper and a pencil. And you're going to copy down the first 4 things: trip interruption, medical coverage, evac coverage, and trip delay when it kicks in. Just write that down. And then you can be comparing multiple things. You can compare 2 different travel companies' policies, like you can compare Allianz and TravelX. You can compare Travel Insured and AIG. You can do it that way. Sometimes you want to compare policies within the same company, because the company you may put in all the information and up pops 2 or 3 policies that you can offer your client. And you want to know what's the best one without reading through all of them. This is real quick. So let's say we're going to do 2 policies, one from Travel Insured and one from Allianz. So I write down these 4 things. And then I write up the top, Travel Insured, Allianz. Okay, then I look, trip interruption coverage. One is 100% coverage, the other is 150% coverage. Okay, check on the one that is 150. Medical coverage, one has $50,000, one has $100,000. Oh, check the one with $100,000. Evac coverage, one has $2,000, one has $1 million. Check the one with the $1 million. Trip delay kicks in 3 hours? How long are you going to be waiting in the airport for you to be able to start getting your meals and a hotel coverage, etc.? Trip delay kicks in 3 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours. Well, the 3 hours going to get that check. And then when you go down, you can see which is a better policy? And then you compare the prices. Go by policy coverage first, price second. You are providing them with protection, and protection is the coverages that they're purchasing in that policy. Now, the last one, CFAR and pre-existing waiver. CFAR, for those of you that don't know, stands for cancel for any reason, and pre-existing waiver has to do with pre-existing medical conditions. Now, some policies offer these, some policies do not. So what you want to do is, if you're not sure, you always call the insurance company and you ask them, do you have a pre-existing waiver? Where do I find it? Do you have CFAR or cancel for any reason? One of the main reasons you want to do this is you want to be clear on when you purchase this, because CFAR has to be purchased within a time frame. Travel insurance, it's within 21 days of their initial deposit. Allianz, it's within 14 days of their deposit. And some suppliers' coverages, if that's what you think is the most beneficial way to go, will be at the point of deposit. So you want to know this before you go, you go on. Cancel for any reason and pre-existing waiver, I could do a whole class on them. So we're not going to go into any more other than that. If you need information at this point on them, always contact the travel insurance company that you're looking to put your client through. Okay, here we go. Probably the one thing that you stuck around to this late on a Friday night to hear. What 1 minute thing are you going to show me? Okay, first I want to go back and go over the first thing I told you. You want to be explaining to your client that they need a broad coverage policy. You want a policy that covers the greatest amount of events. This is what they're purchasing, the coverage. Always remember that. Travel and then explain that travel insurance only covers unforeseen events, not events that you have any idea that could happen. The example I give here is, if you have a child and they're on the sports team and you have a trip and it's going to come up in 2 or 3 months, and all of a sudden this child's sports team makes the playoffs, and now you want to cancel the trip or push the trip back or change the trip in some way because they're in the playoffs. Oh my God, I have to be there. Probably your travel insurance will not cover that unless you have cancel for any reason. Because if you have a child in sports, it goes to almost sort of, they would look at it like common sense that they could be in the playoffs. So you want to make sure that your client understands it's in case that child breaks their leg. You never saw that coming. Unforeseen events, the plane that's going over your house drops a luggage out of the bottom of the plane and it goes through your roof. That's an unforeseen event. Okay. Now, discussing those two things with your client, this is where you become the expert, basically. If policy A has 12 reasons for cancellations, named pearls, we're circling back, versus policy B that has 28 named pearls, obviously policy B is the better policy. Here's a ridiculous example, but if you wanted chapstick and then you could buy 10 tubes for $1, wouldn't you rather have the ones, all things being equal, same chapstick, you'd want the one 15 for $1, you want the greater policy. Now I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for 1 second. I'm going to pull up a policy and I'm going to show you this 1 minute. It even takes less than 1 minute technique. And you don't have to read anything. That's the great thing. Be right back. Hold on. 2 seconds. Should be popping up. You should see any second. Okay. All right. This happens to be a travel insured policy. It doesn't matter. I picked this one because it's very easy for me to show you what I mean. But this could be any policy at all because they all have basically the same layout. So this is the beginning. This is the front of the policy. And then you scroll down this is going to take you 2 seconds to scroll through this, but I'm going to stop halfway. This is the schedule of benefits for those of you that don't know. This is where you find all the information about what coverages they are getting in the policy. Here you see trip interruption at 150, not 100. Trip cancellation will always be at 100%. Understand, trip cancellation and trip interruption is as maxed out at whatever you put in for the price of your client's policy. That maxes that out, which is different than the medical coverage, which is down here. This policy has $100,000. That's the maximum benefit for medical expenses. They're two different things, and they have two different ways of getting their limits. Okay, back to the 1 minute expert tip. You're going to scroll down until you start coming to the coverage section. And then you're going to scroll till you find trip cancellation. Now that could be in the first page. It could be in the 20th page. All you want to do is when you get into the body of policy, scroll down to trip cancellation. You'll see right away, there's three listed reasons why you could have a canceled trip. So, okay, you have 3 covered reasons. Oh, but wait. Other covered events. Let's scroll down. They're always going to be numbered, by the way, which is very lucky. You're going to scroll down. Okay, we have 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, we have 30 plus the 3 that were in the beginning. That's 33. But oh, here's one more additional trip cancellation. 34 covered reasons why your client would get their money back if they fell into any of those 34. That's what you explain to your client. There's 34 reasons why you want to buy this policy versus 12 in maybe a supplier policy, or 5 or maybe 10 under in credit card insurance policy. Will take you no time. You don't have to read and you don't have to know any of these. All you're doing is comparing the broadness of the policy and the amount of coverages. That is what they're buying. That and the length and the limits of their medical and all the other things in between. But this is the crux of it. So I'm going to stop and circle back. Okay, so this is a quick summary of an Insurance 101. If you understand any of this, you have a really, really, really good grasp on how to present these policies to your client and how to enter or how to answer some of their questions and a lot of their resistance to a policy. Travel insurance policies, especially traditional policies, are very lucrative to your business. So you want to do this as much as possible. You want to really get clear and comfortable. And if you start out by doing nothing but counting those coverages, that'll give you a head start. It's a great head start. So we could go on and on in travel insurance. I'm a travel insurance geek, so we're going to stop here. That's enough. I'm sure your mom like kind of like what, huh, who? So a little shout out to myself. Follow me on Instagram, #SundredgeTravel. I just did a whole bunch of little videos that I'm going to be popping up for consumers about things that travel insurance covers. So anybody can, it's helpful to anybody, travel advisors or consumers. So it's just a little shout out. And if anybody has any questions, and that's it. I think that's enough to get started.
Oh, that was great, Roseanne. I've been in the industry for so long, and I have attended a lot of learn about insurance presentations, and this was so helpful. So thank you. You guys are lucky to have taught this, and that you didn't have to sit through a lot of insurance presentations that are maybe a bit more dry and not quite as hands-on and helpful. So thank you again. Let's see what we've got for questions. Okay. We have one that came in. Would you refer the client to call the insurance company themselves?
Sure. Yes, you can do that. Absolutely. Most clients won't, and that's just my guess. Unless they're really unless they've had claims before, or they're really a very knowledgeable person about insurance, they might call. But absolutely, they should always have the ability to contact the insurance company, because you don't work for the insurance company. And you want to protect yourself. You want to make sure that all the answers that they get are accurate and come directly from the company. That's why I said, if you call the insurance company and you ask a question, always write down the date, the time, who you talked to, and what the answer was. Because if there was ever any problem, you want to be clear in your role that you didn't give them that direction, that you went to the insurance company, because they are the ones who have all the answers, not us.
Yes, exactly. We've got a couple more. So lots of great questions. So another one is, what if you tell your client it's required to insure for their whole trip and or you feel that they are not doing so?
Well, CYA. Definitely explain what will happen if they don't insure their whole trip. Technically, if they only insure part of it and something happens and it's not a covered loss, they could lose out the part, depending on the wording of their policy and the event that happens. They could just void out their whole policy. I mean, it can get really hairy. You want to make sure that their coverages cover their whole trip as much as possible. Now, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, kind of thing. And if they refuse, just put it in writing. Make sure you CYA and send them to the insurance company. Give them the number of the insurance company so that they can ascertain for themselves that what you're saying is accurate.
Okay, we've got another question from Marilyn. Marilyn's wondering, how do you tell a client you offer travel insurance with their trip, but you are not selling it? What's some verbiage they could use?
I use the word facilitate. It's hard not to say selling. I mean, it's a really weird area because we get paid commission. Okay, commission is usually sales. It's like a thing with me. I wish they would say reimbursement, or they would change the word, but you have to find another word, whatever works for you. I usually just say, these are the benefits for you. You want to make sure that you cover your trip. You want to make sure that everything, anything that happens to you, that you have reimbursement for, and because it's a lot of money that you're paying, and you want to make sure you have medical coverage if you're going out of the country. Most people do not have any idea that they have no coverage if they leave. I mean, if you work for the government, you might have coverage that way. If you work for a company that you travel internationally, that person may have coverage outside the United States, but that's the minority. Majority of people have no coverage once they leave our country, and so very few people know that.
That's a great point. We have a lot of questions for you here. Okay, so this is from Journey Majestic Curated Luxury Travel. How do we get the full list of coverages before the policy is purchased? I haven't seen links to the policy when I sell. I just see the summary amounts.
That's a pet peeve with me. I got to tell you, I have gone on sites, and since I know how to read a policy, I always want to, I'm a policy geek, so I'm always going to want to go to the policy. And there are some times that you can't. I would say go directly. If you have questions and you want information and they don't have the policy and it's something that you need, pick up the phone and call them. You probably have to wait online, but that's your best bet. Don't guess, and don't just take the little blocks that they give you the summary from. If it's something that is really important, you want to know that, number one, you understand it, and number two, that you get all the information for the client accurately. And you can't ask an accurate question if you don't have the whole the whole thing to read.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. They don't show that. So Ona Tours is asking, who are your top 3 travel insurance companies? Because there's a lot of players out there now, especially after the pandemic.
Well, my top 2, because 3, I really only have top 2, to tell you the truth. Travel Insured and Allianz.
Travel Insured and Allianz. Perfect. John Peters is wondering, is there any benefit to holding the insurance license so you can sell the policies on your own?
Maybe. I mean, you have to, I guess it would depend on how many policies you thought you were going to sell, because to get the license in most states, you're going to have to, go to insurance school. I mean, I forget how long it's. Yeah, I mean, it's not just, oh, I'll just, sign up with Acme Insurance Company and then I'll be licensed. You have to go to school. You have to pass a test. And a lot of people have to take the test multiple times because you're covering all forms of insurance. And if you think that would be of use to you, more power to you.
Okay. We've got another one from Marilyn. Is a 1-year insurance policy enough coverage as supplier insurance? Does that make sense to you?
Not quite.
Okay, Marilyn, maybe you can, I'm not sure what that one means exactly either. So maybe you can clarify in the comments. We have one from Rhonda who's wondering what qualifies as trip delay.
Ooh, you didn't get on the plane when you were supposed to? that would be the first thing that comes to my mind. You're sitting in the airport for 4 or 5 hours. That's trip delay for sure. Trip delay normally, and again, policies are different. That's the thing. They're all in their heading of travel policies, but they have different definitions for the same word. And it's not our job. It's not part of our job to read those definitions or to understand them, because we are not the experts in insurance, we're the experts in travel. And so you can read them for your own information, but if it's not really super clear, you need to get your answer directly from the insurance company. And so there could be, reasons.
We've got another one from Ona Tour. What if someone extends their trip, such as they miss a flight and they are in country longer than their coverage, or they just want to extend for another reason?
You should extend their policy.
Oh, so they can do that while they're in destination?
They probably, again, you have to go to the insurance company and they'll tell you whether they'll do it or not. But because you insured their trip for a date. There's a date on the policy. And this gets kind of confusing to people, because like if you buy a car insurance policy, let's say, it's going to have a date of, January 1st, 2000, now 23, and the ending date maybe 6 months from now. That could be a car insurance policy, right? Travel insurance is going to be starting at the date that you purchase it, ending the date they return home. So if they extend their trip, you have to extend that policy somehow. And that would be a call to the insurance company to extend that date, and probably money will probably be due too, because you're extending their longer coverage.
Perfect. Well, I think we've got time for one more. So there's one comment and then I'll ask the question. So Gail Hutchins says, cancel for any reason does not cover for 100% of the trip costs. Most agents are not aware of that. Clients think it covers 100%. Be very clear with them if they want cover for any reason, CFAR. So
okay, I'm going to give you a tip here. Okay, cancel for any reason always, well, not always. I won't say always, because some suppliers have 100% coverage. But from traditional insurance companies, the few that offer, and they don't all offer cancel for any reason, they're going to have a set off. And they will say they only cover 80%, 60%, 20%, whatever the policy says in your state. Okay. The way to, and the reason for that just FYI. The reason for that is because it's such a broad coverage. In order for the insurance company to actually stay solvent, they have to have this basically a deductible to it. Okay, it's the only thing on the policy that has any money up front. Okay, the fastest, quickest way to present this to a client is to call it a deductible. It's actually a set off, but it's kind of a word game. If you call it a 20% deductible or whatever the set off is, your client is going to understand that in a flash. They get deductibles, and it's a 20%, 25%, whatever it's coverage, whatever the coverage set off is, because it's such a broad coverage, and that's how you present it.
Perfect. Okay. And then I want to ask you one more question. We are running late, but there's a good question. And I know there's other ones in the comments. Roseanne, you're very popular here. So if you can pop into the comments afterwards and answer some, but we have one from Lillian. Can you sell a policy after the client has made final payment on the trip?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And the only caveat with that would be with the pre-existing conditions.
Right. Yeah. That. Cancel for any reason and pre-existing conditions like change from policy to policy, and it's a whole other hour just on those two. But the broad answer is sure. You can, for most policies, you can probably purchase them all the way up to probably 2 days before, because a lot of policies, some of the cancellations don't kick in after 24 to 48 hours close to departure. You know, there's some iffy things, but.
Perfect. Well, Roseanne, this was so helpful. Like I said, thank you so much for joining us. And if you have time to jump into the comments, I know there was at least 3 or 4 other questions we didn't get to. Thank you so much for coming on during Host Week. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's been fun.
Absolutely.
I hope that people got a lot out of it.
They definitely did. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too, Steph. Thank you.
All right. So 2 things to go over before we bring on our next speaker. So we are going to pop up a QR code that will take you to a website where you can visit and fill out a quick survey on Host Week to make sure that 2024 is going to be even better. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. So if you don't have your phone with you or aren't able to use the QR code for some reason, the direct link, the website, you can go to har.news/HW survey. So please take the time to do, it's just a couple minutes to go through it, but it really helps us for next year. We take your feedback very seriously and love implementing the ideas and thoughts that you've sent our way. And then the last thing to mention, and this is very exciting. So our Barcelo 3-night giveaway has officially closed. Now, hopefully you were able to get your hat in the ring already. And don't forget that we will be drawing the winner after the next EDUSPOT. So make sure to stay tuned. And our next EDUSPOT is 5 steps to building a marketing plan. So let me tell you a little bit about Christine Hardenberger, who will be presenting. So she is the owner of Modern Travel Professionals and an expert in travel marketing. She has spent the past 15 years as a full-time travel agent and the past 10 years as an agency owner. Marketing is her jam, and she loves learning how to best grow her travel business. I take the strategies I find and transform them into easy, executable strategy that yield results. Are you ready to grow? Let's go. That was perfect. That was a perfect segue, Christine. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for that great intro, Steph. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to hear what you have going on with building the marketing plan in 5 easy steps. So I'll let you take it away.
Awesome. Thanks. And hey, everybody, thanks for joining me today. And hopefully you're looking at my screen. It looks like you are, as well as my face. And so welcome to 5 easy steps to building your marketing plan. And I'm just going to jump right in since I know that time is a concern. So marketing plans are essential to growth, and yet they are probably one of the things that most travel agents just skip over and just never get done, probably because they think it's daunting or they don't really see the need for it. And so I want to start off with why this is so essential to your business. If you want to grow your business, if this isn't just a hobby for you, you absolutely need a marketing plan. It doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't have to be 25 pages long, but you do have to understand where you are now and where you want to go, and then you need a plan to get there. And I'm going to give you just a real quick example in another segment of life, weight loss. Now, it's the beginning of the year, and a lot of people have weight loss as their New Year's resolution. And take into account two different people. One person wakes up on January 1st and says, okay, this year I'm going to lose 20 pounds. I'm going to eat healthier and I'm going to exercise. And by January 4th, they're back to their old habits. They didn't prepare and there was no plan. Now take into account the person who knows that they want to lose 20 pounds in 2023. So before 2023, a week before January 1st, they do some research. They find an eating plan that works with them, the foods they like, their lifestyle, and they go ahead and they make up a menu for the first month and they buy whatever food that they need. They also clear out any chips and donuts or anything that they don't want to eat out of their house. They also come up with an exercise plan that's going to work for them. They are going to devote 30 minutes a day before they start work to walking, or they join a group of other people in their neighborhood that walk every day, and they're ready to go. And come January 1st, they are ready to rock and roll. They've got the food they need, they have their plans in place, and they're ready to execute. And then they also have a plan every month or every 2 months to weigh themselves, keep track of their progress, and then tweak as needed. Which one of these people is more likely to be successful? The person who woke up January 1st with no preparation, no plan, and no thought, or the person who by January 1st had everything ready to go and a plan in place? I mean, it's easy to see who's much more likely to be successful. And the same is true in your business. It doesn't have to be done by January 1st. Obviously, it's January 27th or whatever it is. But you do need a plan. And if you follow these 5 steps, you're going to have an executable plan that you can tweak and change as needed, but that will actually get you where you want to go. So first of all, there's 3 elements to a successful marketing plan. It needs to be clear, it needs to be focused, and it needs to be executable. And the steps that I'm going to take you through are going to make sure that you are all 3 of these things, that the plan is clear and easy to follow, that it's extremely focused, and this is a hard one for most travel agents, and then that it's executable, which means that, again, you're not just flailing around going, what do I do? So let's look at the 5 steps. First, you're going to set your goals. Then you're going to identify your ideal client, and this is the one where most people have trouble. You're going to locate these people. You are going to choose your channels. And by that, I mean, you're going to decide how you're going to market. And then you're actually going to schedule your work. So step 1, just setting your goals. Now, people tend to set goals like, okay, I want to book 50,000, 100,000, $1 million in travel. And monetary goals are great, but they are not the only goals. You can set achievement goals. You want to win an award. You want to become Chairman's Royal Club with sandals, or you want to go to the Jamaica One Love Affair award ceremony as a top booker of Jamaica, or whatever your goal might be. Or you can also think about personal goals. And by that, I mean, some people, newer agents, you may just want to get to the point where you're getting a check every month because last year you didn't. Or you may want to earn enough to pay the college tuition or cover your mortgage or your car payment or whatever personal goals are. But you need to set goals. Again, this is something that a lot of people don't do. A lot of new agents, when I say to them, okay, let's set a goal, they go, I don't know what's realistic. Well, the beauty of being a travel advisor is that the sky really is the limit. So set whatever goal feels good for you. What do you want to do? And I also suggest, as you can see on the right side, I suggest setting 3 types of goals. 1 is an easily achievable goal, something you know you're going to blow out of the water. I did this myself this year. I wanted to get to platinum with sandals. I booked a ton of sandals and beaches. I wanted to get to platinum, which means you've booked 250 rooms over the course of your time booking them. And I was at like 230. So for me, that was a very easily achievable goal. And setting one like that is great because it gives you a good morale boost. You get to check that off your list. Yay, I achieved my goal. Then you should set one that's challenging, one that you're pretty sure you can achieve, but feels like a little bit of a reach. And then I absolutely suggest setting a pie in the sky goal, something you don't really think you can do or know how you're going to get there, but keep striving toward it. That's as my dad always used to say, shoot for the moon. And if you fall among the stars. So having a pie in the sky goal gives you something to really shoot for. And if you do achieve it, then woohoo. Make sure your goals are specific. Don't just say, I want to book more than last year. That's not useful. How much more? It's 30% more. Do you want to book 50,000 more? Be specific. And they also need to be measurable. And what I mean by that, a lot of you have seen SMART goals. I'm not a huge fan of those, but the measure part is important. And by measuring, I just mean you have to be able to see if you're getting there. If you want to book $1 million in travel, you can mark how close you are to $1 million. If you want to be able to cover the mortgage every month, you can see this is my mortgage, this is how much I'm earning every month. But just make sure that it's measurable, which is why something like more than last year isn't really, because it's very amorphous. So the first part of making this plan is setting your goals. Write them out, stick them up where you see them every single day. It is proven that you are much more likely to see a goal that you look at every day because you internalize it. So I don't care if you scrawl it on a piece of paper, make a big picture, whatever makes you happy, but make sure you're looking at it every single day. And once you have your goals set, then you move on to step 2. This is probably the hardest thing, and that is identifying your ideal client. It is impossible to market to everybody. Impossible. You need to choose a narrow focus. You have to have an actual client in your head who you're speaking to. This is the part of your business plan I encourage you to take the most time to do, because if you get this right, the rest of it is super easy. And you cannot and should not even try to be all things to all people when it comes to marketing. I'm going to stress that everything I'm talking about here is marketing. If you decide to market romance travel to sandals and beaches, that does not mean you cannot book a Disney trip if Disney is something you know about and a client comes to you and asks for it, or a cruise. We are talking about marketing, and marketing is about talking to a very specific client. A shotgun approach is completely ineffective. And I'll explain to you again how this works, because many of you are marketing on social media, which is even a harder place to grab somebody's attention. And the way to do it is to talk to somebody specifically. So again, from my own point of view, I'm a vegetarian. So if I'm scrolling through Facebook and I see an advertisement for, vegetarian travel, or how to, the 5 best resorts for vegetarians, well, I'm going to click on that because it speaks directly to me. If you're not a vegetarian, you're probably not going to click on it because you do not care. And that's okay, because you want to come up with whoever your ideal client is so that you can speak directly to them. Because when you do that, you're going to grab their attention. So you need to get in your head a very clear, very focused idea of who you are trying to sell trips to. Who are you trying to sell to? And the narrower the niche, the more effective, the easier it is to create a more effective marketing plan, for the reason I just exemplified to you, because you'll be able to catch the attention of the people you're trying to sell to. So how do you do this? There's a couple of things you can look at, and we're going to discuss my big families is not an ideal client here in a second. You can narrow people down by their age. you know, like me, I market to empty nesters. I market to myself, basically, to people in their 40s, their 50s, their 60s who are traveling without kids. And I mostly market the Caribbean. Life stage, empty nesters, like I said, or parents with toddlers, or parents with teenagers, or you could do an occupation. We've got an agent at our agency who actually focuses on the nuclear travel industry, the nuclear energy industry, because that's where her husband works, and she's got a good network there. And they have very specific needs because they have really wacko schedules. So she gets it, and she gets them, and she markets to them. Shared interests, and by that I mean wine lovers, dog people, faith-based travel, anything that's sort of a shared interest. You can look at income level. That's another way to narrow your client, you know, because if you're going to sell $20,000 or $30,000 packages, that's a different client than the person who's booking a $3,000 or a $5,000 package. Shared backgrounds, you know, that's obvious, whether you're, you know, dance moms is a terrible example, but dance moms, or, you know, you got kids who play soccer, or an ethnic background, you know, a cultural heritage, anything like that. And then social groups, you know, poker players, the coffee group, the brewery club, whatever. So you want to sit down and think about the actual person to whom you are trying to sell travel. If you get that person right, the next step is going to be super easy. And I'll explain that in a second. But first, I'm going to talk to the bigger part of my slide as to why families are not your ideal client. I hate it when people say to me, I say, okay, let's talk about your ideal client. They go, family travel. What does that mean? What is a family? That's the problem with family travel, because a family can be a family with infants and toddlers. Those people travel very differently than a family with teenagers. What about my family, where my children are all adults? What about gay families? What about people without kids? A couple is still a family. What about multi-generational trips? That's a real different trip than a couples only trip. So family travel is a really good example of something that's way too broad, because you have to define the type of family you're dealing with. Because again, if you get this right, this next part is going to be super easy. And that, whoops, I meant to go forward and that didn't happen. Here we go. Where are my peeps? And I just really like this little chick photo. But the next part of your business plan is going to be finding this person that you just identified. If you have trouble with this section, you need to go back and identify your ideal client more narrowly. Because if you've done it, finding where your people are is actually super easy. So you're going to look at this ideal client that you've just created, that we just talked about, and you're going to think to yourself, where are they? Literally, where do they hang out online? Because that's a super important question. Most of you will be using social media for at least part of your marketing plan. If you're marketing to millennials, going on Facebook is probably a waste because they're not there. If you're marketing to me, to 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 60-year-olds, and you're on TikTok, you're probably not finding us there. We are on Facebook. We respond to email marketing. So you need to sit down and think to yourself, where do they hang out online? Do they attend any shows or festivals that you might want to have a booth at? For instance, one of my marketing clients, one of my ideal clients, I do military and first responders because I come from a military first responder family. And so I do a booth at the Virginia Fire Rescue Conference. I stand there with all these people selling fire helmets and fire hoses, and I'm selling travel with my discount for first responders. But it's such a successful show for me because my ideal client is walking through the door. They're just literally like put in front of me. So you need to think about that. Are you going to market, you know, wine river cruises? Well, you might want to go find them at a winery or on a wine blog or on a website or a podcast? And then how do they prefer to communicate? That's really critical, because if you are of a certain age like I am, I email, I text, and I actually still talk on the phone. Have you ever tried to call like a 25-year-old? They practically drop the phone because they're scared of it. They don't know what that phone call is. They don't communicate that way. So you need to find out or think about how your ideal client communicates and reach them that way. Whether it's social media, whether it's email, whether it's text-based marketing, there's a lot of really great marketing options. But if you are trying to reach a specific person, you've got to reach them where they are. If, a good example here is we've got an agent that specializes in senior travel. Well, they are not texting. They want phone calls and they want in-person meetings. They are barely even emailing because he's dealing with 70 plus. So it's super important. And this is all brainstorming. Where are they? Make a list. And then you're going to choose your channels. And what I mean with this is you're going to go ahead and look at that list you just made of all the places where you can find your people, all of them. And then choose the 3 places. And by places, I mean whether that's online, in person, email, whatever, where you're most likely to find your people. And these are going to be the core elements of your marketing plan. And now why 3? Everybody goes 3, I could find them in 60 places. Right, but you cannot market in 60 places all at once. Unless you have way more hours in the day than I do, it's just not going to work. So I always suggest starting with 3. And once you've got your marketing plan really, dug in, you've got it running like a well-oiled machine, you can always add other things. Don't get me wrong. We'll talk about this at the end, but the one thing to keep in mind is that marketing plans are fluid. Just because you started here doesn't mean you're ending here. You may find different things work better, different things don't, but start off with the 3 places that you really think you're going to find your ideal clients. For me, that is on Facebook, via email, and then at some very specialized shows. That's the 3 things that I have focused on for the past 6 or 7 years, and where I find most of my people. So take that list you made, go ahead and narrow it down to just 3 options. And then let's schedule stuff. This is, again, another thing that most people don't do. They tend to be reactive marketers. They see online that it's National Margarita Day, and they throw up a post about National Margarita Day. It's not really effective. It doesn't talk specifically to your ideal client unless your ideal client happens to be a margarita club somewhere, which I suppose is possible. And there's no thought behind it. So what you really need to do is grab a calendar, and this goes back to however it is that you like to be communicated with. I don't care if that is a paper calendar, an online project software, whatever it is that makes you happy, any combination of the above. But it's time to sit down and schedule your marketing activities. The 3 that we discussed. If it's social media, you need to make a social media calendar. You need to sit down. You need to think about what sort of social media posts will reach your clients. And you need to go ahead and schedule those. When you're going to do the writing, the recording, create your images, whatever. Same thing. If you're going to do shows, you need to take a look, dig around, find the shows, put them on your calendar so that you know that in August, you're going to do, I don't know, the Cake Bakers show, so that it's on your calendar so that you can prepare to do that. And I suggest starting with the first 90 days because it can be extremely daunting to look at a whole year's worth of stuff or try to figure out a whole year's worth of stuff. Start with the first 90 days and then build from there. And if that feels too scary, start with 30. Just start. It doesn't matter where you start, just start and get everything on your calendar because what gets scheduled gets done. It's just like in your personal life. If you have a dentist appointment, a nail appointment, if your kids have soccer practice, you put that on a calendar somewhere, on your phone, on your computer, on your wall. Your business is no different. You need to have a schedule. And like your personal calendar, you can add things as you need to. You may find, you come across a festival and you're like, oh my God, that's perfect. It's a wine festival and I'm going after wine lovers to sell my wine river cruises. I'm going to put that on my calendar. So think of this as your personal calendar for your business. You're going to do the exact same things. When do you need to get things done? Because you found your ideal client, you've figured out where they are, you've chosen 3 places to go after them, and now you need to actually schedule those activities, whatever they may be. Because once you've got them scheduled, you are much, much more likely to get them done. And now I actually have a bonus step 6, even though this was a 5-step plan, because this is another one that people completely gloss over. And this is probably the second most important step. Your first most important step was identifying your ideal client. But after you've done all this work, you need to analyze the results. You need to go back. I do this quarterly for my business plan as a whole. I do it monthly for social media. You need to go back and look at what you've been doing for these first 90 days. Look at your social media posts, especially if you're just beginning marketing. Give yourself 3 months. Go look at what posts worked, what got the most engagement, what reached the most people, which ones gave you the result you were looking for and which ones didn't, and do more of what works. Same thing with your email. If you're doing an email campaign, did specific emails or types of emails get better engagement, get more results, more opens? Did people respond to deals or tips or, breaking news, whatever? But most people don't analyze what they've been doing. And as a result, they keep doing things that aren't working. And that is just a huge waste of time for you and, for anybody. So you need to set aside time every quarter, analyze what's working, and go back and revise your business plan accordingly. Now is the time to drop whatever didn't work and add in something else. Now you go back to your list of possible places to find your people and see if there's anything you can add in. Give something else a try and give it at least 90 days. Marketing is not an instantaneous thing. And that is another huge pitfall. People set up a plan. I've had new agents come, they're all excited. We make a plan and then they try it for 2 weeks and then it doesn't work and they say, see, it's not working. Marketing is a long game. You need to do 6 to 12 months of consistent marketing to really start to see some traction. Now, that's not to say you might not hit on something great all at once, and I absolutely hope you do. But you need to sort of repeat the same action over and over again to really start to see consistent results rather than a constant roller coaster of, oh, I'm super busy. Oh, no, I'm not busy at all. And nobody wants that. What we want is consistent results, and consistent results come from consistent effort. So make your plan, find your client, make your plan, and then execute that plan consistently for at least 6 months, analyzing and tweaking as you go. And quite frankly, it's that simple. You don't need to do, you can make a marketing plan that's much more complicated than this with all sorts of research, and those are great, but they're also daunting to the average travel agent who doesn't come from a marketing background. So with this plan, it's easy, it's quick, and it will actually get you results if you implement it, consistently over a period of time. So that is, I think I'm just under time. That is my best plan, this is the plan I use with all my new agents, and it is extremely effective. So I don't know, I can't see if there's any questions.
There are not any questions right now, Christine, but if anyone has any comments, please put them in the comments for Christine. We will pass them along. And just a note too, so I didn't do this in the intro, I realized I forgot, but Christine also did her host agency interview on Monday. She was, I believe, the first host agency that was on. So you can always go back into our YouTube playlist, check out the host week playlist, and then Monday, you can either scroll through it or in the description, you'll be able to click on the timestamp and be taken directly to Christine. So, whoops. Orion's like, I'm done.
Information. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over your stuff.
No, go ahead.
This is my information. If anybody does have questions later or as you're working on things, I'm always happy to help. And if you email me or message me, I do also have a goal planner that I'm happy to share, sort of if you need some help with that part.
Everyone always needs help with goal planning and staying focused. Well, let's see. I don't see any questions that are coming in. So thank you so much, Christine. That was super helpful. Like, marketing plans seem so easy, but there was so much great advice in there for people to follow, because it's one of those things like, oh yeah, I can put together a marketing plan, but to actually follow it and really think about it is a different story. So
exactly. That's usually where we find the gap. So yeah, well, I was happy to help. I hope people got something out of it that will help them move their businesses forward.
They definitely did. So thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, Christine.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So thank you to those in the comments for all the love. I peeked in really quickly. Rita sent me something over. And yes, the whole team loves putting on Host Week. And yes, it is very exhausting. But it's also a great feeling to know that so many people now have great ideas to help grow their agency and for their agency to be successful, because there's nothing worse for us here at HAR than helping people get ready and excited to start their agencies, but then they don't have the tools to make it happen or the resources and don't see a bigger picture. So that's also part of Host Week. We're so glad you liked it. It is Friday afternoon. It is a wrap for today and for Host Week. If you liked what you saw this year, you can register now. That's right, today for Host Week 2024 in a year from now. You can go to har.news/HW2024. We will put that link in the comments. And then also a reminder that while some of our Host Week specials and deals expire later this month, many will expire today or tomorrow. So you make sure you check the blog and the expiration dates so you don't miss out on anything. And then, speaking of not wanting to missing out on anything, I want to and if you want to get involved with Host Week next year, I've gotten quite a few emails throughout the week, but whether you're an advisor that feels like they have something to share, or you are a public speaker and want to do something inspirational about business, if you're a host agency, a consortia, a supplier, etc., drop us a line and we can start the conversation. You can email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com. And again, I would encourage any advisors out there that feel like they have a unique way they're doing things and they want to teach others to make sure to sign up when we do our call for speakers. And then we have one last hurrah for you before we ride off into the sunset of the weekend. It is time for us to do our drawing for the 3-night, 4-day stay at the Barcelo. And, oh wait, no, hold on. I know there's a reason I have my phone out. Okay, hold on. I looked up a drum roll. Hold on. This is going to be very fancy. I hope you can hear this. Wow, that was better than I thought. All right. Congrats to the winner, LaTora Bowen. We will be in touch with more details soon. I'm not sure if LaTora is in the comments, but if so, congratulations. We'll reach out to you with more details. And then now I want to bring on the entire Host Week team so you can see all their wonderful faces, which is very exciting. There we go. Okay, we are missing April because April had to go to her daughter's basketball game, but Rita's even wearing her helmet. So and we've got Juan on stage. This is worth attending Host Week. You finally get to see the mysterious Juan. So while we're doing that, I want to thank every one of you that attended Host Week. You sent us cute pictures of their pets. I just got some of someone's Chinese water dragon and hung out with us in the comments. We really appreciate it. The Host Week would not have been possible without the help from every single one of my team members, though. So thank you to Mary, Remote April, Rita, and Juan, from all of us at Host Agency Reviews. Thank you. And we'll hope to see you next year at Host Week. Mark your calendars for the last full week of January 2024. We'll see you soon.